Hello, everyone, and welcome to week one of the NECC action. I am here, Chase Nuclear Nukem with Alt Charge, and we are excited to head over to the Navigators division, where we're going to see Huntington Esports take on Greenville University this week. Alt Charge, we're here for 2 blocks. I'm bringing the energy. Tell me, where are you at? Are you hype? What's going on? How you doing, my friend?
Oh, Nuke, I'm doing great. You know I'm ready for this one. Love getting back in the action here on the NECC. Pretty excited to watch this Navigators one because Greenville is a team that didn't compete in the NECC last semester, but they have been in the conference before. And then Huntington Esports is making their debut tonight. So both of these teams are coming in fresh to the competition, looking to set the tone for the season. And honestly, they should be rocking it with a bang. What are you looking to see tonight in terms of the level of competition?
Well, I'm looking for some Michael Bay action, personally, because, we got a little bit of the insider knowledge here at the NECC, and as I'm looking through Huntington Esports roster, a primary amount of their roster, a majority of them are film production majors. So I'm looking for the booms, I'm looking for the bangs, I'm looking for the earth shatters, the dead eyes. I'm waiting to see all of it be put out on the table by Huntington Esports. But like you said, I think it could go on either side of the teams. Tell me, Yelk, what? Sorry, tell me, what maps are we going into today?
Well, it's a little bit different this semester, Nuke. If you're familiar with the NECC, you know that regular season used to be just 3 maps, but now we're going over to the best of 5 format. First to 3 map wins the game, and if there's a 3-0 or a 3-1, no maps will be played after that. But tonight we've got Busan for the first control map, and then we'll head over to Hybrid. It's going to be Blizzard World. Our payload and third map will be Dorado. Back over to Hybrid for map 4, Hollywood, one of my favorites, and then map 5 going to be Nepal on control. And if there is a tiebreaker, it will be payload, and that's Route 66. And Nuke, you might have noticed no 2CP. How do you feel about that?
Oh my gosh, the gods have blessed us. The NECC staff have heard everyone's feedback. We know no one is a huge fan of 2CP, nor is it realistic to really have it in the map pool, knowing that in the future it's not going to be in Overwatch 2. So for the future of the game and for competitive integrity's sake, the NECC has listened to everyone in the conference and their thoughts, their comments, their feedback, and we are going to be taking it out, right? So I think that that's a brilliant change on my part, or on, not on my part, on NECC's part. In my opinion, I think that it's also better to move to a best of 5 format as well. We're going straight into the rosters, as you can see in front of us on Huntington Esports. We have Prozac, T-Brain, Trashboat, Ginger, Toxic, and Mike X Michael. Like I said, most of them film production majors, so I am eager to see the bangs and the booms.
Yeah, and I got the chance to talk with Zach a little bit before this game, and he's looking to basically get the team at a little bit better at communication and just staying in the game for the long game. He knows that like this team can execute plays very well, but if things aren't going their way, they have a tendency to fall apart. So that's going to be one of the things they're working on this season. Now over to the side of Greenville. Their starting lineup looks like this: Joe Cool, Smokescreen, Sigma, Lucky Laddie, Croana, and Aquaman. Nuke, some awesome gamer tags here. I'm excited to start shouting them with you.
100%. Croana is pretty cool. I've not heard that name at all, I think, ever before. And Blockwaman is also a pretty unique name. Listen, we've been in this long enough. We love throwing the puns around. And I think I got a couple I'm slipping out of my back pocket for this series. I know I'm not going to lie.
I know you do. You're just sitting on them already.
You know it. You know it. But the action is going to be coming up here very soon. Tell me, comp-wise, what are you looking for tonight?
Well, being Navigator's division and the first map being Busan, those are 3 points that can kind of differ a lot. We could see one team break out a Wrecking Ball comp, and one team break out like a pretty traditional Rhine Zarya. Honestly, on these maps, first game of the season, you're just looking to use what you feel like you're strong at coming out of those preliminary games in the preseason. So, honestly, we're going to get a pretty good taste of what both of these two teams feel that they're good at on this very first map. You have Rhine Zarya and on the side of Greenville, a Reinhardt Wrecking Ball. So that's a comp that can play pretty well, very split up, as long as Sigma gets a lot of value on himself. And Blockwoman and Joe Cool are right behind Lucky Laddie, just supporting that Reinhardt with a ton of damage, and they are on the right heroes to do so.
Yeah, that's really interesting seeing the Reinhardt paired with the Hammond on this map, because I know that it's a very popular strat right now to be running Wrecking Ball as sort of a pseudo or primary dive comp. So seeing the Reinhardt paired with that going to be interesting going up against a full Brawl comp on the side of Huntington Esports. But looks like they're going to get the TP out. Huntington Esports is going to get to the point first due to that TP and having Lucio on their team.
Yeah, and a lot of times getting to the point first can pay its dividends here. Greenville probably running Sigma on that Wrecking Ball. That's got to be tricky to say all night long, but got to be having Sigma on that Wrecking Ball for some contest plays, and Lucky Laddie just going in with the charge like a running back. Picks up the first kill of the night, but quickly capitalized on as T-Brain takes him down. That often happens when a Reinhardt goes in like that. Great headshot there from Joku, but Prozac comes around the outside and sits him down.
Yeah, didn't quite get much more value out of that one headshot, but it did turn a little bit in the favor of Greenville. It looks like Greenville's not going to be able to contest this point. However, the Mercy is going to try to get some value off of Sigma, the Hammond. Not much going to happen after that. I think at this point, Greenville needs to regroup and seriously consider if this comp is going to work in their favor. If so, they have to play it to the strengths of the comp. Find the pick with the Hammond, distract the backline, make that Reinhardt turn around, and then blast him with that Junkrat.
Sigma will have this great initiating ultimate coming up pretty soon at 95% to the minefield. Goes in and slams, but gets caught by the stun out of Prozac. And just like that, one tank taken care of. Now it's going to be up to Huntington Esports to continue to defend here with the ultimates they've got. That's a big shatter, lands onto 3, make it 4. Look at that, T-Brain with a highlight reel play to open up the night.
Wow, yeah, he's he's singing those sweet tunes, hitting them down. That was a fat earth shatter, and that's what we love to see from Huntington, really showing their dominance on this first map. They are playing around their comp, which is a very traditional comp. I think a little bit better than the pseudo comp we're seeing from Greenville. As they're setting
Greenville. Sorry, Nuke. I was just going to point out that Greenville switched over to the Tracer, which is going to help out their comp a little bit here, but each fight, it seems like they're losing one member relatively early.
Yeah, it does, and now they're playing at a disadvantage when they are going in these engagements. Massive Deadeye from Prozac on the cool Cassidy, getting in the back line. Trash Boat sitting on the grab. Is it going to happen? It looks like it's not really necessary. Ult charge, I mean, Huntington Esports is not even needing to use any of these ults at their disposal. They're going to take the point with Graviton Surge and 2 other ultimates online. That's a testament to how well they had that on lock.
Yeah, and I would like to see us go over to Sanctuary for our second point of this Busan map, and that is actually the case. So this is a great look for Greenville to come back into this game, because I feel like if we went over to Mecha Base, Ginger on the Symmetra could really lock down that objective and get Huntington off to a 2-0 sweep for the start of this one. But this map in particular seems like it's going to suit the composition that Greenville likes to play a lot more, even though they did just swap over to the Reinhardt Zarya themselves.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to try to match tit for tat. Huntington going to have the brawl comp. Greenville also throwing out a brawl comp of their own. But 2 very different compositions if you look at the DPS and the healers in these lineups. I think that Greenville is going to have, it's going to be a little bit more versatile having that Genji, but there's a lot of risk and reward there. If you're able to get those massive ultimates out, you can pick apart the Huntington backline, but Genji, not really at top of the meta right now, I would say. You have a lot of more favorable picks over him.
He is one of those heroes that can go in and just duel someone out just based on skill alone, but going up against the composition where Ginger's on the Symmetra, Trash Boat is on the Zarya, usually having high energy, those are 2 beams that Genji can't deflect, so that's a lot of damage that he just cannot do much about when he goes in for one of those deep dives. Now we got both Reinhardts spinning back and forth, but it looks like the front line is pretty stable here. It looks like T-Brain had the shatter online, looking like a kid in a candy store, but gets a little too aggressive there. It doesn't matter, though, because Ginger is there with a level 3 beam, and it's a microwave coming out of the point here. Huntington Esports still hold.
Yeah, T-Brain is hitting all of these shatters tonight. I don't think he's missed the mark once. And Huntington Esports not really needing to capitalize much off of it. I mean, if Reinhardt is in your face, he hits a shatter on 3, it takes 2 or 3 swings and your team's wiped. So I think Greenville has to adjust to that, or Sigma's got to play with that shield up in their face a lot more.
I think you're right. I mean, Sigma did a good job on that last one, just getting the shield in the way. T-Brain with a out-of-town fire strike that connects on the smoke screen in that high noon from a great angle. Prozac really showing off the skills on the Cassidy here. Going to continue this hold for Huntington Esports as they are looking solid with about 60% completed.
Yeah, and they're holding this choke expertly. Greenville is going to have a hard time getting through this choke point, so, the natural course of action is to go around it, pick another route. That's the worst possible thing you can do in Overwatch, is just attack the same point over and over, because they have defense set up, they're ready to go. I think Greenville recognizes this now, and they're going to move toward the temple on the left of Sanctuary.
Yeah, this is a much better look, playing the natural cover, not going to take as much damage on their way to the fight this time. Lucky Laddie just peeking around the outside on the Winston, looking for a chance to dive in. That shatter has a shield in the way, but Sigma moves in regardless of the amplification matrix right in his face. We've got some flanks on the outside. Lucky Laddie goes down, but it looks like he's made some space. Have to get the healing here onto Sigma to keep him alive. That's a great immortality field, but the healing just might not be enough here. T-Brain eyeing up another Earth Shatter.
Ooh, and it does get stunned out. Looks like Trash Boat gonna try to stop the DPS moving in, or sorry, the Baptiste moving in from the front. A cheeky Graviton Surge gonna get thrown out to ensure that there is no defense coming out from the side of Greenville. Huntington is going to take the first map.
Huntington winning their first map in their debut game, have to be happy with that. Play of the game goes to Prozac, and honestly, he was the most impressive player to me. I mean, great Reinhardt play as well from T-Brain for Huntington, but Prozac really keeping everyone at Greenville at bay with a lot of great stun cooldowns and obviously hitting the shots like you can see here. No high noon needed for the play of the game.
Yeah, absolutely. And Prozac did a great job. I think looking at both of the comps and how they were positioned, I think Huntington just had the better positioning overall in their engages and their defenses on point when you're looking at a control map like this. And Greenville, unfortunately, weren't able to get in when they had chances and opportunities arise to use their ultimates and pair them together. The Earth Shatters weren't connecting. I don't even think we saw a Dragon Strike come out. Honestly, I didn't see or hear anything. And Prozac was just sitting behind Shield doing what a Cole Cassidy does best.
Yeah, he certainly was. New going into our next map here, Blizzard World. The adjustment that I would like to see Greenville make is maybe put on a builder of their own. Maybe not a Symmetra, but I'm thinking this is a team that could really benefit from a Torbjorn, especially in the division we're in. That's a hero that carries a lot of value into every single game. I know you're laughing, but you know it's true. In Navigators, Torbjorn is a machine.
I knew you were going to suggest Torbjorn.
I
I'm
love
sitting
Torb.
here in my head thinking, maybe he's going to say any other builder in the game but Symmetra. And then I think, and I'm like, well,
That
that
leaves
narrows it
one.
down. That leaves one. So I think any comp change could do them justice as long as they play around their comp, right? And I think that that's where Greenville fell a little bit short. They weren't playing to the strengths of the Wrecking Ball comp when they were utilizing it. I think they could have stayed on the Tracer a little bit longer and looked for some picks in the back line. You identified that the Reinhardt, the Zarya, and the Cole Cassidy were the main problems. So look to the healers, right? Look at the Baptiste, look at the Lucio, take them out if you need to. But you have to be able to adapt around each other and play to each other's strengths. And I think that Greenville showed potential to be able to do that. They just haven't quite found the locking key yet to make that happen.
Yeah, Nuke, I think there was always just one piece missing, and that can happen on these opening games of the season. You know, teams are coming out of hot practices and preseason games where you can get away with some broken compositions where it's 5 out of 6 members on the right heroes, but like we were seeing there for Greenville on the Wrecking Ball, getting some value was Sigma on that Hammond hero, but still just not a lot of coordination with the DPS that were filling the rest of that composition. And then when they were on Ryan Zarya, they had the Genji pick, which you really can't get too much value with the Death Ball. You can't quite go in for the dives, especially when you're lacking the Lucio. So I'm looking for Greenville to just get some more comps together, just a 6-man comp across the board, and see if they can play the fundamentals here.
Yeah, and don't get picked. It's crazy. As a coach, that's my number one advice I give my players is just don't die, right? So don't get picked.
Backing up is powerful if it keeps you alive. Backing up is so OP.
So very powerful. I could not agree more. We're gonna go straight into map 2.
Ooh, fancy observing. That's Carol on the ops. That was nice. I completely forgot that part of the map existed.
Man, sheesh, man, I'm gonna have to go get my cleaning materials because that was pretty clean. Not gonna lie. Great production all around from NECC staff here. We got Michael and Carol both, doing everything that they can on the back end to bring to you the quality of production that we're able to here at the NECC. Huge shout outs to them, and they do this all day, every day. They are very dedicated to the work that we do here. But enough of that, right? I mean, I think if you've tuned in long enough, you know that they're dedicated. The question is Greenville dedicated to the set? Are they going to turn it around?
Nuke, honestly, Greenville's comp is looking a lot better here. You've got the double shields. You threw on a May, so getting in for this attacking Huntington team is going to be very difficult. There's a lot in the way. You have a mercy-pocketed soldier. They are running right up to the high ground, and Joe Cool gets dude. Prozac just speed boosts right up to him, and they've got 2 quick picks. This attacking team, I mean, there was a lot of obstacles in the way, but they have made short work of those.
Yeah, T-Brain now on the hog as well. I am interested to see some of these hook picks and if they can find value off of it. It seemed as though they didn't need it at all between Ginger and Prozac taking the front line, if you will, and getting the picks needed to secure that first point in less than, what was that, 15, 20 seconds?
Yeah, that was a 20-second take, which is about as fast as you can do it considering how long the walk is from spawn. But this Huntington team, not a traditional death ball in the sense there's no Reinhardt, but if this team is playing around their Roadhog, playing around their Sigma, they've got 2 stunts to work with, a mate to split off the team, and then Ginger on the Reaper just can deal some massive burst damage. Joe Cool gets hooked and absolutely deleted.
Yeah, and Greenville now backing up as a team, but if you notice, you'll see that, the picks that came out, Huntington that were able to grab were because Greenville was split. While there's no Cole Cassidy's on the field, it looks like they got a lot of Cowboys wanting to do these 1v1s, and I don't think that's going to be beneficial for their comp.
Yeah, Nuke, you did touch on this point a little bit last map, but Greenville playing a very linear game, just really taking one angle at a time, and it's usually the main angle. Sigma there goes up for the ultimate from the high ground. That's the first time I've seen this team open up an alternate angle, and they've got to do more of that. A great job winning this fight by controlling multiple angles, but Huntington is only down 1 player, and Nuke, again, that's the power of backing up. They're going to get back into this fight so fast.
Yeah, absolutely. Only using the Merciless Valkyrie to sustain the team as well was great stability on their part to ensure that they didn't need to waste all their ultimates, all of their economy to make that happen. Huntington, though, coming up with 4 ultimates, almost all 6 online. Greenville is gonna have to go to Costco and find some value here.
And the Mei ultimate gets thrown in deep from Prozac. I love how he's just chucking that way into center field. It's going to freeze up 4, but Lucky Laddie on the other end of things holding the front line, finding 2 picks, and we've got ourselves an even fight. Riptire coming in from the top turnbuckle. It actually gets hooked by T-Brain. What a risky play, and it pays off.
Wow, yeah, I mean, you could have detonated it right after that hook, and that would have been a disaster for Huntington Esports. But T-Brain bringing the T-Pain, Sade hitting those hooks. This is a fun team to watch. Huntington knows what they're doing, picking the backline through the smoke screen. T-Pain just obliterating the Greenville backline.
He is swagging out this game, hopping onto the Roadhog and calling all challengers. This team is cutting through Blizzard World like butter. 4:45 up on the clock to take 3rd point.
Wow, and that with 5 minutes left to get through this second half of the map, Greenville's got to find a choke point and set up some tents because Huntington is rolling down the street and nothing is stopping them.
You're absolutely right, and Huntington just has the ultimates to work with too. Greenville is going to have to find some massive value with the Death Blossom coming up shortly, and Sigma has done a good job of landing those fluxes on the many members of Huntington, but not a lot of follow-up damage has been there. Now we got Ginger going in from the top rope, sending the Death Blossom, going to find at least 2, helping with the 3rd kill there, and Huntington keeps the pedal to the floor.
I was actually just about to compliment Huntington's ability to recognize ult economy, right? Because they held on to 4 or 5 ultimates for such a long time, and that Death Blossom, while it was really good, they didn't really need to use their Graviton Surge, or sorry, Flux there. This Sigma, though, actually on the Sigma now, eating all of T-Brain's ultimate, doing a good job trying to hold this defense. We're going to see Lucio come out, drop the beat for Huntington as they're continuing this push. A lot of them gets purpled, and Trash Boat is going to fall. But Greenville, only 2 on the payload. It is not looking good for our boys in blue.
And for Huntington, Doxic Sound Barrier, that was a great use of the ultimate coming out from her just to make sure that team was fully supported so they had what they needed to close out this map with a huge time bank. They did lose 1 member there, but that Sound Barrier alone kept them in that fight and got them the 3rd point with over 3 minutes. That is a huge take for just their 2nd map ever in the NECC.
Yeah, I mean, they are coming out and showing dominance. It looks as though they came into the set very ready. And something that I'd like to point out in terms of just watching both of these teams interact is communication. I feel like Huntington is doing a better job peeling when Greenville is able to get through, but you're not seeing that really reciprocated when Huntington's able to get through to Greenville. I will say it looks like the tank line is pretty much being the main shot callers for Greenville. Every time we've seen them back up, it's been around that tank line. So that's good to see. However, it shouldn't take 1 to 2 picks to get to that point, right? So I think if Greenville's able to really refine their communication and how they're approaching these fights and really, like you said, backing out of these fights, they could turn the series around. But as of right now, Huntington, like I said, showing their dominance.
Yeah, they really are, and their schedule for practices is really paying off. Again, talking to Prozac before the game, he said it looks like a 2-hour practice on Monday, Wednesday, Friday, just in preparation and kind of everything revolving around their Thursday games. Friday being tomorrow, they're probably going to rock a VOD review. And honestly, if you're going to rewatch this game, if things keep going the way they are, you're going to have a lot of happy faces in that VOD review.
Mhm. Oh yeah, 100%. I completely agree. Looking through the notes as well, it looks like Joe Cool is the captain of the team. Smokescreen is the co-captain of Greenville. So those are the ones more than likely calling the shots. And if that is the case, big applause to the Greenville front line, the tank line that is listening to those calls and grouping up when needed. Gonna get an early pick, Smokescreen, gonna find Prozac, and that's gonna open the door to point. Looking to get a capture now, and this could be a very early point for Greenville.
This is so good from Huntington, though, just staying up on that high ground, letting these two ticks get taken, and now they're coming back in and actually putting up a decent fight. It looks like Greenville is just finding pick after pick and should end up taking this point, but I really like the way Huntington just stayed back and made this into a long fight, not just committing onto the point the second Greenville got there.
Yeah, and that was smart on Huntington to wait, play at their pace, right? We talk about that a lot. Overwatch is a dance. You have to play at your pace to win the dance. Huntington recognized that they didn't need to jump in immediately, but ultimately, sometimes strats don't go the way you want them to, and when you got Sigma on Roadhog, pulling those hooks, anything's up in the air.
It definitely is, and I'm really interested to see how Huntington defends this point of Blizzard World. They do seem to be the team that uses the geometry of the map a little bit better than Greenville, but right now they are all main, and there is Joe Cool on the Sombra flanking on the high ground. That's a great use of the map from Greenville. We haven't seen very much of that, but getting those backline hacks is key, so this front line can just keep on pushing forward. Now we've got some ultimates, popping the whole hog here through the Ant Matrix, but it's not going to be enough as the DPS for Huntington sit down a pair.
Yeah, Ginger saw Sigma ulting and took him out as soon as that was the case. And I mean, you got a big body, you got a Reaper. Reaper's going to win that every time. Huntington doing a great job holding at this choke point right at these crossroads of where this map is. This is a good point to hold. You just need to look to the right, ensure they're not going around trying to go for the flank, and just watch that sort of main archway after first point. This is a good spot for Huntington. Just need to ensure that they're staying behind their tank line and playing smart.
And this is a good part of the map to remember what's on your left if you're the defending team. You've got this pillar that Doxic is standing right next to, and there's also a great building you can choose to retreat back in, so you don't have to go straight back on Main Street where you're still exposed. You can actually retreat with that natural cover and have a much better chance at keeping your defense alive for the longest amount of time.
Yeah, no, and that is quintessential to Overwatch, is understanding your environment, right? Where you can go, what options are at your disposal. Wow, Blockwoman going for a fat flank and finding Prozac instead. I also think it's interesting that Greenville is still on this monkey hog comp when Ginger switched to Reaper at the beginning of this round. Ginger gets on your front line, it's over.
Yeah, and that is what we were alluding to in the intermission between first and second map, is there seems to be always just one piece missing in this Greenville comp, and right now it's lying in the tanks. One of these members has to switch. I'm not sure which tank is working better, but I am sure that neither is synergizing with the other.
Yeah, T-Brain also now switching over to D.Va, another massive shotgun in your face. You got to switch off these big bodies. Lucky Laddie actually recognizing that. Shout outs to Lucky Laddie switching over to the Reinhardt for this comp, and I think that is a much better switch indeed. Now, ult economy, 3 ults to 3 ults. This fight could determine a lot for this series. 3 minutes left on the clock. Greenville recognizes time is ticking, and they have to get in. Ooh, massive apaganda las luces. Lights are out. Sombra's in. Sombra going to get taken out immediately, though, and Huntington on the reverse. We're seeing the Death Blossom come out from Ginger and halt Greenville's push.
Yeah, Greenville trying to make an EMP an easy fight, but that's never the case here in the NECC. That is probably the most well-tracked ultimate in the entire conference, because everyone knows just how dangerous it is if it goes on unnoticed. But it seemed like Greenville was sitting on it for probably 20 seconds. Huntington was positive that they had that online, and they were ready to respond.
Yeah, and that's exactly what they did. And they didn't need to use everything to make it happen. Oh, we're going to see a hack out on Prozac. We're going to hear the sound barrier come out from Lucio, trying to mitigate and push in, mitigate some of the damage coming out. Sigma gonna throw out the ultimate on on the whole hog out. Trash Boat going for a fat dive in the back line.
Oh,
he's gonna get in the shatter.
Oh, the spin, the swag, the Trash Boat came to play.
Yeah, Trash Boat setting sail, if you would.
Yeah, seriously, he has not been docked at all this game. He's just played fantastically so far. Not the Reinhardt in the first map either. That was T-Brain. So both of these tanks clearly can flex back and forth between who main tanks, who flex tanks, and that is great to see in the Navigators division just to have that depth.
It's imperative to be competent on so many heroes in this game because Overwatch is a chess where you change your pieces around mid-game. And it's important to know what pieces do what. Oh, seeing an Earth Shatter come out from Lucky Laddie, gonna find a pin. Blockwoman gonna find 2 with the Deadeye as well. T-Brain trying to even it out. Doesn't look like that is going to happen as Greenville finally gets a leg up.
Lucky Laddie going in. They want this kill onto Trash Boat late. If they could get this one, it's going to keep the front line very weak for Huntington to come out of their spawn. This is the one they need right here. Still just backing up Trash Boat. Good immortality field there to keep that main tank alive. Just where he's able to round the corner, and Ginger comes in with a pick. Blossoming in the back line, trying to find more, and Antinate finds another kill onto Lucky Laddie. We've only got 20 seconds to play here. Greenville needs to make something happen fast. They're still in this fight.
Yeah, they are finding Huntington on all angles as well. Huntington doing a great job of pressuring at the same time and making those pinches happen. Ooh, I'm not sure if that was exactly necessary, but you know, if you got an all in all, you might as well shoot it. It was the end of the map. Makes sense, right? You got the nano in your back pocket, might as well throw it on your Rhine. That's a good GG coming out from both sides of the team. Huntington Esports is going to take Blizzard World play of the game, going to Ginger.
This must be the one on third point, coming in from the top rope. A great little teleport, catches everyone unawares, gets both the supports first, and just pieces apart the other team. I mean, we're seeing great DPS ultimates, great tank ultimates, a fantastic sound barrier in around number 1, Nuke. This is a Huntington team that can definitely be proud of the way they've played tonight, but it's not over. This is a best of 5. There's still a chance that Greenville could do one of the craziest things, which is reverse sweep.
Oh, the janitor's outside the door, my friend. I see him trying to get in, but I'm not letting you in, bud. Not until it's starting to go in the other way, you know. But
I know.
We'll be back. I gotta address this janitor that's standing over here. We gotta take a short break. Go grab some popcorn. Go use the bathroom, and come back for some more amazing NECC action. Stay tuned. Stay out there. Bring us back. Stay out there. No, you can't come in. Sorry, guys. I'm still fighting this janitor. Welcome back. We're back with more NECC action. We're over in the Navigators Yellow Division. Huntington Esports has 2 maps up on Greenville University, and this janitor is being a real big annoyance. Alt Charge, how you doing?
I'm doing great. I'm laughing so hard right now, just trying to contain it because you just completely bamboozled the production team. They brought us back in. They didn't know you were going to do a bit. Yeah, it's good. That guy's got to stay close by. We never know when we're going to need the brooms.
Yeah, he's trying too. I mean, he's looking at me like sweep or reverse sweep, but I'm telling him I don't know yet, right? I think it could go either way, especially in the comps that we've seen from Greenville and Huntington. Both teams have shown their versatility. They've shown what they can do in this series. And as we have the maps in front of us, you've already seen Control gone in the side of Huntington, Hybrid, Blizzard World gone on the side of Huntington. Now we're on Escort. We're on Dorado. Is Greenville going to bring it back?
It's going to be pretty difficult for them. I still haven't seen them play an entire game where they're on a composition that, as a caster, I have a lot of confidence in. In Blizzard World alone, we saw them on that Winston and Roadhog composition for too many minutes. I mean, 30 seconds on that composition is too long. Once one of those tanks dies, you should no longer be on Winston Roadhog. So this is a team that just has to come together and find an agreement on what they want to run. You can't just have those players trying to make their own solo impact on these niche heroes. You really got to just play as a team. This is not the ranked ladder. It's not about the biggest individual impact. It's about who can work better as a team throughout a 5-map game. And right now, that's Huntington by a lot.
It's like the Bear Grylls meme, and improvise, adapt, overcome every time when you're playing with the team. If you have someone flanking the back line, in comp, you can't really calm. Hey, everyone, turn around. There's a Cole Cassidy in our back line, or there's a Genji in our back line. When you're playing in a structured team, it's, hey, guys, we got an annoyance in our back line, and everyone turns, right? Or 2 or 3 people turn and take them out. It's a very, very different game. I'm very eager to see what this break has done for Greenville, because like I've also said before, mentality plays a huge role in collegiate esports. And more than likely, if these are newer teams, especially new to the NECC, maybe they don't have that on lock yet. But for teams that do, if you're able to take a step back and if you're able to take a deep breath, have a good understanding and a good open dialogue with your team in these breaks, you can really turn series around.
Yeah, and Nuke, I don't think Greenville is given up yet. I don't think they have it all. I think they know that tonight is a testing game, and that could be part of the reason we are seeing these weird compositions come out from them. Is because they probably haven't quite assessed where their biggest strengths and weaknesses are yet. So that could be something they're trying to find tonight, but I would expect to see them just try and come together and really find what the potential of their team is when they actually get a full composition online, what their best focus fire looks like. And honestly, that could mean something we haven't seen tonight. That could mean they throw in a Zenyatta, and whoever is playing the Zenyatta just shouts what has the Discord, and that could just amplify this team's damage tenfold. So we could see something crazy, Nuke.
They do like to take those 1 or 2 people flanking on the back line. The difference between Greenville's flanks and Huntington's flanks is the pinches coming out and the timing. Greenville just kind of attacks in the back line, as we've seen. It doesn't seem like the coordination is quite there or clicking. However, when Huntington does it, they pinch at the same time. And it seems as now all the players have come back from the restroom. We got Inbatch coming in for Pro-Ana on Greenville's side, and we are moving into map 3 on the streets of the lovely Dorado.
We sure are, and I'm ready to get this one going. Just so everyone is aware, Greenville on the blue side. Scoreboard's a little bit wrong right now, but just so everyone is aware, Greenville, blue, Huntington, red. Those tanks are looking like Reinhardt's and Roadhogs and Orisas. Honestly, I like the Greenville look a little bit more here, but we have seen Huntington just make a lot of things work for them tonight. So maybe they're just trying to flex some muscles.
Very, very true. And maybe they realize that most Overwatch, or I don't want to say most, some Overwatch teams, when they're ahead, they like to play around with comps or play with what they've experimenting with, which is viable, in my opinion. I think that that's what you do as a team when you are ahead. It looks like they're going to go for some
Oh
Metro
my.
Strat,
The
teleport to the top,
strats,
and
dude.
going around. Oh my gosh, Lucio
Is this
speed. Are we seeing is this
Navigators?
Navigator's yellow? That's what I was about to say. What is this strat coming out? They know exactly what to do. Now they pulled a reverse Uno card, and
They're on
they
the
are
high
on the high ground.
They're on defense. Huntington, you are so esports ready in your debut game. I'm so happy with what I've seen from them tonight.
Wow.
I would really like to see this attack just decimate Greenville. They've got them split, 2 picks down, 1 Anna, 1 May, and now it's just all collapsing from here.
I listen, Kenobi doesn't come out until mid-May, but I wasn't expecting to see a high ground push like that. That was insane. That was just so smart. You wouldn't expect to see something like that at this division, but it goes to show how coaches and how shot callers can make a huge influence on this game. And if you practice these strats, it doesn't matter what division you're in, they are effective.
Yeah, and that was so fast. I mean, Greenville just not prepared for that. I don't know how you can prepare for that. No one in Navigators takes that sim TP, speed boosts to the high ground, and gets that defensive positioning like they did, and that was lightning quick. Executed perfectly.
Wow, and the pull coming out from Sigma, pulling 3 together. That anti-nade is going to find 3 as well. Huntington is just taking it up a notch. We thought Greenville might have a good chance to come back and show their comps here, but Huntington is just pushing all-out aggression.
Yeah, they really are. Prozac just stepping halfway through this second point streets phase, finds 2 kills with the help of Doxic in the wings, and just like that, trying to track down this Ana as well. Doxic should get this kill here. That's just great map progression from just 2 players on the Huntington team, and that is textbook how you take space.
Yeah, it 100%. And Greenville now on the back foot, hiding around the corner. This is a good choke to be able to hold, so they're going to play their luck here. They almost have Bongo coming up for their Orisa. If they hold it at this corner, this is a good place to utilize it. They have 3 ultimates online. This is their chance to halt, if you will, Huntington's push.
And I liked what I was seeing right there from Huntington still. T-Brain and Prozac are on that left side flank, and they're timing their push pretty well here. That Sound Bear is going to try and counter this Riptide, but Joe this is a great job from the Junkrat player just to wait that out. Honestly, a Riptire nowhere near as valuable as that sound barrier for this Deathball team.
Oh, no.
So that's a great ultimate from Greenville, but still just falling apart here. Trash Boat steps up and shatters, and it looks like Prozac has 3 kills of his own. Still just pushing so strong, going to find the second point.
Yeah, and Huntington rolling through this map as of right now. I really liked watching Trashboat and Ginger go and take out Joe Cool's Junkrat tire at the same time. That shows you the level of communication that they have. They knew the tire was in that room and they approached it together. We are going to see ultimate come out from the Orisa Sigma themselves, pushing this frontline Tracer, looking for a pick on that backline, but not finding much. They're going to trade picks. T-Brain's going to find one. Greenville's going to find one of their own as well. Flux is online, and Lucky Laddie is going to the casino. Throwing down one, gonna take down Doxic. Unfortunately, she was not able to live that one. Michael also throwing out the Coalescence, looking for 2 at Greenville and gonna find them as well. Joe Cool trying to keep things up, but not gonna be enough. And Huntington is not stopping for anything. I think this is speed with Kiana Reeves, if I'm honest, Berkeley, because they got a brick on the pedal and they are not letting anything stop them.
No, they're not, and they're really just making such great use. That's a great stick there from Blockman. Can he finish off the Reinhardt here? Unable to get the 1 clip to fall, and that Reinhardt still standing tall. Trashbook gets all that HP back. Prozac is up in the crow's nest on the Soldier 76, and he is not going to be brought down here. Over 3.5 minutes to play, and Huntington doesn't need any of it. They've finished Dorado, and look at all those threes. What a pretty sight.
Sheesh, as these kids say. I think that unfortunately, Greenville, once they were caught on their back foot, they just kept stumbling that round. They couldn't really get a 6-man group to defend without Huntington constantly applying pressure, whether it be in the front line or the back line. Greenville just kind of stuck, and when they went out for that final defense, they weren't able to group up as 6. They had to touch. They had to get out there. Now, granted, in my opinion, they probably could have waited a couple more seconds to push out together on that last point. But that's just so tough to push out of because you have Symmetra throwing turrets around the doorway, and there's really nothing you can do. You just got to go out together, fight as a team. They weren't able to do that, and now they're on the offense, and we will see how it goes in their favor. I'm interested to see if Huntington tries to pull out any cheeky defense strats like they did the offense strats.
I wouldn't imagine they do. I mean, they do have Ginger on the McCree, which isn't something we've seen them play very much this game, but the double
Who's
hit
McCree?
scan. Sorry? Oh, right.
Who's
Yes.
McCree?
Oh, you can tell that I've just been playing way too much RuneScape and forgetting my bearings here. Ginger on the Cassidy. Let's all be appropriate here. The double hit scan, sitting behind the Reinhardt. You've got 2 stuns in this composition. It's a very solid defensive comp. And Greenville, they have thrown on a Zenyatta. We'll see if that damage amp from the Discord helps them out.
Yeah, I think it will. And we talked about that earlier, right? We talked about how they were liking to play the monkey comp. And Zenyatta can work with that. If they call out who they're Discord orbing, it could have a lot of value for them. Interesting that they're going to go with the Zarya, I almost said Sigma because of the name, but Zarya Roadhog comp. Defense here.
Yeah, there's not going to be a lot of places for them to hide from these double hit scans on a high ground, so it's going to be very tough just to get this payload around the very first corner. We'll see if they end up switching a tank.
Wow.
Honestly, this isn't a composition I hate because Lucky Laddie can throw that bubble onto Blockwoman as he goes for those deep dives, but this first fight, Nuke, just did not work.
That is why they don't call him Amateur Zach. Taking 3 or 4 kills just by themselves. That was a great play, great way to kick off this map from Prozac.
Honestly, I just feel like a doctor every time we say his name. It sounds like a prescription, and right now it is exactly what Huntington has needed all game long.
You could say that Prozac is prescribing the T-pain. Okay, enough. They're grouping up. Greenville's getting ready, looking for another push, and it looks like Joe Cool, keeping composure, hanging out in the back line, trying to get some shots off, maybe some explosives, do what they can. Ginger aggressing. That was a great personal shield coming out from Lucky Laddie, getting some charge. However, ultimates are now coming out. Huntington has 3 more at their disposal as well.
And for Huntington, their Reinhardt player this game is Trashboat. We have seen it be T-Brain on some maps, but I really like the way Trashboat is playing kind of defensively. You can tell that shield is going up when he senses that his hit scan are in danger. That shield has almost never been for him on this Dorado map. He's just played with his HP very well, and he's let those hit scans just step up and tank angles with him. And anytime the pressure is on, that's when he just throws up the shield and backs up with those resources.
Yeah, and I think it's an interesting take to watch them play more of the slow ground rather than on the high ground, but I think Trashboat has a lot of trust in the DPS of Huntington to be on that high ground and, get play point of view whenever they need to. Wow, that Roadhog got shredded. Sigma was not able to get not even a second of that whole hog out. Ginger popping ult, getting out of ult, trying to get that reload, tactical reload, if you will, on the side of Huntington. And they are keeping the pressure up on Greenville. It is suffocating almost. Greenville not able to find anything. Lucky Laddie is going to have Graviton Surge online here very soon, though, and they might be able to combo that with Coalescence or a Riptire to get some value.
Yeah, Nuke, it just doesn't seem to be Greenville's night. I don't want to write them off before this one's over. There still is a minute to play, but Huntington has 5 ultimates up on the board, and they're looking lethal with or without him. That Shatter finds one at the same time as the hook, and it is just piling on right now. Greenville looking weak. They do find a 2K with the Riptire, but still, they've got to fight hard just to get out of spawn.
Yeah, and it's going to get rezzed immediately. Doxic, she came down and was able to res Ginger, so that's really only 1 pick for 2 ultimates. And they didn't really pair it with... They could have maybe found a little bit more value if they were able to pair that with the Graviton Surge. But alas, they have that online now. Blockwoman is going to find a pick on Prozac. I was not expecting that High Noon to come off that fast, but hey, it worked.
Yeah, and there has not been a lot of easy solutions to take care of Prozac up on high grounds. That's a good Graviton Surge going to group up 4, but an Immortality Field. Great placement around the corner. Fantastic lamp placement we're seeing here from X Michael. I mean, that is unbelievable support play. No ultimate needed, just a cooldown to keep 4 players without a shield alive in a Graviton Surge.
Yeah, that was a genius play for sure. Oh, we're seeing Ginger up on the high ground, trying to find something. Joe, cool. Sneaky, sneaky, coming around with the explosive, gonna find them. Trying to get a pick on the Mercy in the air. However, Sigma not gonna be able to grab that. Going instead, opting for the whole hog. Will it be enough?
Ooh,
They are
no
in
supports
overtime.
here. It's gonna dwindle very fast with no supports to get him back on the point. Huntington finding 3 picks here, and that is it in their debut game. Huntington get the 3-0 sweep over Greenville.
Yep, you can come in now. It's fine. Yep, door's unlocked. Janitor's walking on in, and he's doing what he does best. He's smacking the sweeps, and the doctor is in. Prozac has been subscribed or prescribed, but you can subscribe to him as well. Been prescribed, and cheeky little, what is this going to be, a 4K, 3K, almost a 5K.
Almost a 5K, 4 in the feed, a little bit of a helper on that last one. Nuke, I don't think there's too much to talk about here. I mean, if I had to give an MVP, it would go to Prozac, their captain. Told me before the game he was the leader of this team. He is the highest skilled player in terms of his competitive rank, so he definitely showed up to play tonight, led his team well, and they got the dub.
Yeah, I would almost agree with you. However, like we say, behind every great DPS, behind every great tank is an awesome healer. I'm gonna give it to Doxic for this series. I think that the reses were clutch. The ultimates, you almost never caught the Mercy out of an ultimate when she decided to get up, do her Valkyrie thing, and I think that added a lot of value in keeping the front line alive for Huntington. Did they necessarily need it? Maybe not, but I think that those parts really shone through for me. I'm gonna throw it to Doxic, but I think Prozac is the obvious other choice.
Yeah, Nuke, I would have gone with Doxic as well. I mean, she played great all night long, and to be fair, I think the Lucio was one of the main differences in these teams. There were times where Greenville had a Lucio in their team composition, but they weren't speed boosting like Huntington was. And that is just the true power of the speed boost. When you're running a Reinhardt, that is when you turn into a bulldozer. And if you're just on heels the whole time and you got your feet in the mud, you will get run over. So Doxic, I could agree with you there. Those two definitely shine the brightest on the side of Huntington.
Yeah, it's all about purpose, right? If you're using an ability, what purpose are you using that ability for? And I think that Huntington just had a lot more purpose, full abilities that they were using, more so than Greenville. The number one thing that I want to see from Greenville moving forward is if there is an immortality field placed down. There was multiple times in the series, you can go back in the VOD. If there's a immortality lamp put down, they are not focusing that lamp. And they had so much value from those ultimates that were coming out, and the lamp was getting thrown down multiple times in the series, even when we saw them Busan, and no one was focusing it. They have got to take out those lamps in order to find that value because the opportunity is there, but that's what BAP is there for, right? To shut it down as soon as it comes through.
Yeah, great cooldown usages from the Huntington supports. Nuke, that is about going to do it for game number 1, but we are up for game number 2 as it's going to be NECC versus Central College. Do you have any other final thoughts or any other words of kindness you want to give Greenville at some things they could work on just besides shooting lamps?
I think that they played really well in terms of. I think what they need to work on really shine through the communication, collaborating with each other, and pairing off where it's needed. They saw the peak of what is going to happen in this Navigators division, so I think that gives them a little bit more clarity of what they need to purposefully work on moving forward. I don't think it was a bad outing at all. On paper, it says 3-0, but it was very back and forth for the most part. That last map was a little steamrolly, but Huntington coming out swinging in this entire activation into Navigators. Really, the only match they lost in activation was against Cumberland Phoenix, which that'll be a really interesting match to see when we get there. But first, don't let me get ahead of myself. We have to watch NECG, New England College Grims versus Central College coming up very shortly. But like I said earlier, take a break, go get some popcorn, go use the bathroom, anything to leave us with Alt Charge.
No, honestly, Huntington, that was a great job tonight in your debut. A statement game. Navigators Division Yellow has to keep their eye on you. Chat, stick with us as game number 2 is not far off.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Round 2. Capture the objective.
Enemies coming right for us!
Beacon in place.
Let's do this!
The objective is now
I will stay my home! Let's do this! Let's pitch! Action! Hi! I'm apagando las luces. Come on over. Hiya! Time to meet my beauty. Feel holding. Time. Time to meet my beauty.
I am taking the objective. Reinforce this position.
In the desert, the cheetah lives for 2 years, and the camel lives for
I'm
9.
ready to rally. Hiya! Hiya! Repeat off a minute. ¿Qué tal? Apagando las luces. Ahorita regreso. Routing tower, forward carrier. I'm planning my side on the Group up with me.
In the desert, the cheetah lives for 3 years, and the camel lives for 9.
Hiya.
1-1. Ready for battle.
Think you can keep up with me?
Five, four, three, two, one. Round begin. Capture the objective. The objective is now.
I'm on fire! You've taken damage! Hiya!
In the desert, the cheetah lives for 3 years. The camel.
My barrier's about to go. I got you. Come over here. Coming to me. I am walking you.
All right, welcome back to the action here on NECC Games. And Nuke, we are just getting the gas to the floor here. We are ramping it up from Navigators Division, where we just were, all the way up to Challengers Division. It is NEC versus Central College, and this should be a battle. They played in their activation games in the preseason, and NECC did not get the best of Centre. They got 3-0'd, and I'm pretty sure they're looking to bounce back hard because this has been one of the more solid teams in the NECC since we've taken off.
Yeah, it's actually pretty surprising to hear and see that because we've seen New England College do surprisingly very well in this series. I guess not surprisingly, but they've done well throughout the history of the NECC. Central College, though, winning in a 3-0 fashion is very surprising. I'm eager to see what New England College has done and maybe VOD reviews or practices to sort of prepare for this rematch. It wasn't the last activation match that they played them, and they did get a chance to get a little bit more practice on SUNY Oneta. So we'll see if that had a lot of value that went into preparing for this week. But the maps, once again, we are going to be on the following maps for this upcoming week. As you can see on the screen right in front of us, we have Busan first as the control map. Then we have, going over to Hybrid, we have Blizzard World. Escort, we're going to be on Dorado. Hybrid, we're going to be on Hollywood. Control will be on Nepal, and then finally for Escort will be on Route 66. You'll notice if you're just now tuning in that we do not have 2CP this season, and I know we talked about it a little bit earlier, Ult Charge, but what are your thoughts on that?
Nuke, it's a cause for celebration. Okay, my party hat has been out ever since I read that announcement a couple of months ago, and it is just a breath of fresh air to not see 2CP up there. Everyone's least favorite game mode. There is nothing agreed upon more by the Overwatch community. So as we prepare for Overwatch 2 to not contain that game mode, that is a great look going forward for the NECC here. Starting lineup is going to be Coin, and this is for New England College. Coin, Nylan, Shadow Storm, Jet, Angel Day, and Party in their respective orders from tanks to DPS to supports. And then on the side of Central College, again, starting with the tanks, these might be a little out of order from what's on your screen, but we're going to have Blaku, of course, a fun name to say. Galvani, also on tank. Crow, Who's James are the DPS duo, and then J Double, the team captain, will be supporting alongside Tossboy. And Tossboy is coming back. She actually missed the last semester having an internship in New York, and they say that she is one of the most reliable players on this team, always executes, and might just be the thing that brings their stability back and what has made them such a force coming out of those activation games.
Yeah, and that's really interesting that you mention that she's now back because she's part of the OG crew, as I understand, part of Central College's OG crew. They started in 2019, the inception of the team, and that is the whole senior class. So even some of the people that aren't going to be maining and starting today, J Double, Crow, this includes, like we said, Toss Boy, Agni Kai, and obviously, like we said, Tossboy themselves or herself. Sorry. So I think that it's really interesting to see that dynamic of seniors playing together again after you've been a part of something for so long, like they've been able to do. We're going to go straight into map one, though. We will be on Busan. We're going to start off in the Mecha base, and no comps have been revealed quite yet. And there they are. Thoughts here, Ult Charge?
Thoughts right off the bat. I like the support line of Central College just a little bit better than I do on the side of New England College. Both teams running the May, and we've got Jet. They're going to be playing the Reaper here, and Crow on the Symmetra. So Central College might actually get to the point first. Maybe they establish that first control, but this is a point in particular where high ground can be key to the first fight. It's not always about just who sets foot on the objective first, but basically a mirror match deathball composition, just with Angel Day being on the Mercy and J Double being on the Lucio. We'll see if the speed boost pays its dividends like it did last game for Central College.
Yeah, they will get there faster, but will they be able to brawl out harder? I mean, you look at the side of New England College, and they have both a Reaper and a May, which can lead to double trouble. Galvani is going to find fall first to Nilin. She is going to find the pick, and that's going to be an opportunity for New England College to push into point. Party finding the second pick. Centra need to find something soon. They're going to find it in the form of that Reaper, but it will not be enough. First point going over to New England College. First take.
And I like how Party is just getting involved on the DPS side of things from the support position. Basically a damage dealer anytime you got a high-ranked player on Baptiste. And in the Challengers division, you can basically expect everyone on these teams is at least high diamond, if not masters or grandmaster. So, Party, Tossboy, no? That is incorrect? Plat and diamond. Okay. Well, still. Party
still
impressing me with the damage so far. I would have sworn that most players were actually in diamond for this, but still. I've been impressed with the support play so far. Jet and Nyland come in for the first couple of kills of this fight as Central College is on the back foot yet again. 40% so far captured for New England College as they look to continue this hold.
Yeah, Central College trying to get a couple of different angles here. Ultimately, they call off Crow to come back. I think that's a great reposition on their end. They're going to move around to the other side. New England College is going to find them there first. Maywall will come out, allow them an opportunity to push out. And, ooh, we are going to see Symmetra Wall come and try to take a position for the backline. They're rushing this Reinhardt. Death Blossom coming in from Jet. The Immortality Field is going to come out, but not before Jet fires off 3. And that is going to be a strong hold from New England College.
And that's a sneaky Death Blossom from them. Jet just gets in right into the heart of the Central College team, right into the center, you could say, and just decimates them with that Death Blossom. Pretty hard to get that ultimate off, especially when Who's James on that Cassidy has that stun ready to go. But look at this, Central College just right onto the point this time. Diva Bomb going into the back line, only takes out an Immortality Field. They both trade out. Jet actually falls to one of those bombs. And this May ultimate trying to find what it can, but instead it just kind of solidifies where the front line is at for Central College as they still steamroll in with the Death Ball, finally getting it to go their way. And they've capped the point with around 11%.
Yeah, it looks unfortunately like that sound barrier was just a tad late from Central College's J-Double, but was enough for them to capture the point. So, alas, it all worked out in the end. If you look at the ult economy on both teams, Galvani and Tossboy both have their ultimates. Coin, the only one able to pull out an Earth, or only one with an Earth Shatter on New England College that will come out immediately, same as Galvani. And Jet, Nilin, both pushing in for New England College, trying to get on point. And we're seeing just some Rhines brawl it out. Seems as though Coin is going to fall first. And Jet, once again, adding value for New England College, getting the picks. Death Blossom back up again, gonna pick 3. Massive Death Blossom. Almost able to take point, not quite yet. They gotta fight the Crow first, and this bird is not falling easily.
Crow might be able to hold it down till the reinforcements actually get back into this fight. Able to get just around the corner in the nick of time. Coin actually is able to pick off Crow just before that Blizzard gets tossed out, so that's a very good ultimate to not have to worry about this next fight. Point has been flipped. New England College has it back at 97%. 2 more picks. There might not even be an overtime here. It's going to be a very tricky contest for Central College. They've lost 2 more players, and overtime starts to dwindle. A sound barrier comes out in the nick of time for J-Double, but the support just isn't quite there to keep him alive. Overtime still hasn't transpired. A Shatter finds 3. Look at that. Central College back in the mix. They've got 5 picks. They're looking to take this one back, Noob.
Yeah, it's all about Galvani right now and Crow, whether or not they're able to synergize, and they are. They're going to take the point back, and look at the patience coming out from Central College, backing up, recognizing that they didn't need to engage. They had Crow there. Crow doing a great job of staying alive. I think the only part in which they played that wrong was J-Double got a little bit split from Shadow Storm's ultimate, throwing out the Blizzard, separating J-Double from point, but it allowed them to get in and do some healing afterwards. Man, that was a great play all around from Centra.
New England College throws in the Diva Bomb to start this one off. Galvanijo has to back up with the shield. Who's James from the top turnbuckle gets a pair with the High Noon. Cassidy starting to shine with that Peacekeeper, rolling away now from the Reaper Jet, landing the headshot, and just like that, Central College flipped this first point of Mecha Days onto its head, and they steal one from New England College.
Wow, and that shows what sort of patience goes into playing around these sort of comps, right? If you recognize what your win condition is, you play around that win condition. If you recognize what your stall condition is, you play around that stall condition. And I think Central College just understood that in that round a little bit better than New England College did. I have one question for you, Alt Charge. I need to know.
Yeah.
Who's James?
James is a pretty darn good Cassidy who's got a clutch factor in this lobby right now, really impressing me in this one so far. Listen, Nuke, I was talking with Central College's director. He was saying that the team has actually upped their practices coming into this season. They used to have 2, now they're going to 3 with a guaranteed VOD review day after their NECC competition. So they might actually not even be counting as that VOD day as one of their practices, but they're also doing team dinners and making sure this team gets a lot of time together. So that right now is paying off huge because it is tough to run a coordinated death ball like they're doing. You've got to be on the same wavelength. And on that last round, they could clearly all tell that they're playing the same game.
Yeah, they are. And I can tell you from experience, being a director, I think that is imperative. You need time in and out of game to get coordinated. And, you know, sometimes you really just need time in-game to get these Rhine swings down like Coin is able to do. New England College are doing great at taking these first points and showing it an all-out aggression. But Sintra, once they find themselves in a pickle, they're able to adapt a little bit better, I think. So that's going to be a really interesting concept to consider as we go further into the set. But, you know, like you were saying with Central College, I think that that's imperative whenever you have a team to ensure that you're bonding and understanding each other in-game and out of game.
They're able to get the first pick here, but the McCree quickly traded out. J-Double, the captain for the Central College team, wins the duel against Angel Day. And now they've got themselves the advantage here. The May ultimate gets eaten up by Blaku, and the Fire Strike scorches Coin as he's on the retreat. This point will surely flip, and Nuke, just another note about Central College, J-Double, the captain for this team, is on the Lucio, so you love to have your shot caller on that support role where you're just commanding those speed boosts. You really get to just get a feel for what your death ball can do, especially when Galvanijo plays such a stable Reinhardt for him.
Absolutely. There are pros and cons and definite advantages to having your shot caller be, you know, a tank or a support so that they can dictate the pacing of these fights. Earth Shatter comes out, is going to be blocked. However, the second Earth Shatter is on board by Coin. Blizzard going to stop that immediately. Immortality Field going to keep Party alive. And it's a Fiesta. Turn it around. Yeah, reversing back and forth. Still holding point as well. Central College is not giving this up easily.
No, New England College had to fight tooth and nail to get this flip going again, and Party again flashing the aim skills on the Baptiste.
It's an absolute fiesta, like I said. This Party knows what they're doing. They know, you could say they know how to party.
Nuke, what are you seeing so far from Central? I mean, they gave up that last one, but they came in with a pretty good rotation to take it back. What was their success? Are they going to do the same kind of thing here now that they've got some ultimates?
Yeah, it was intentional. They didn't want to they didn't want to use ultimates there. They're now going to re-engage, knowing that they have ultimates online. They found 2 picks. They have 3 still online if they need to use them, but the 2 picks that they got are 2 of the ultimates that are on board. They just take out Nilin, and it's a pretty clean point. Central College is doing a great job of making these picks calculated and not just going in willy-nilly. They're recognizing whoever is doing their alt calling is doing a great job, or tracking is doing a great job of understanding who has ultimates online, and they are focusing those people specifically, taking them out of the fight, not even allowing that opportunity to arise. So great tactics coming out from Centra. Sound barrier coming out, Earth Shatter to follow, and Coin showing all-out opposition.
Coin lays it down, finding the pick onto the opposing main tank as New England College rolls back into this one. They did a great job just using an economy fight on that last one, not using a single ultimate, understanding the point of this round, where the game was at, and realizing that they were sitting on a full bank of ultimates so they could just go right back in. As long as they could avoid the Maywall, which they did, they had plenty of ultimates to take it, and they've still got 4 in hand to defend the last 10 seconds of this game.
Yeah, and that they did it a round ago. I'm interested to see if they can do it again. Earth Shatter going to find Angel Dry. Are they able to get the pick off of it? They are. Blaku is going to grab it. Galvani just created a massive opportunity for Central College. The Blizzard's coming out on point. The self-destruct trying to push them off. Jet coming in with the massive Death Blossom to end it all. And it looks like New England College with the massive clap back to Centra. It is 1-1 on Busan.
Centra coming in with just their 2 tank players, and they actually made something very competitive of that final fight. But if it wasn't for Jet swooping in with that Death Blossom, finding that 2K late, which sealed that point for New England College, we will move to Sanctuary, and this is where the Reinhardt compositions can really fall apart. So I am looking for both of these teams to reach into the toolbox and show us something special.
Yeah, I don't know if they will though. They're both pretty comfortable on the. Oh, okay. Well, I can tell you're over there just beaming in your seat as I notice Central College Crow is going to switch over to the Torbjorn. We're going to see who's James on the Cole Cassidy. You know, like you said, switching up that comp a little bit. New England College though going to keep it stiff and rigid, understanding that they know their win conditions with this comp. It worked last round. They're going to try it again.
Yeah, New England College, they're running a solid comp, they're running it very well, but they don't have a lot of answers to get damage deep onto a Torp turret that could be very far in the own backline of Central College, so we actually could see that getting quite a bit of value here. I'm interested to see how it plays out. Right now, it is New England College getting to the point first, Coin being aggressive on this front pillar, defending it. That fire strike lands onto 3, giving him a massive boost on the alt charge, and Galvanijo goes down as well, so Coin will be winning the race to Shatter, but still, the DPS are trading out some kills for Centra, still making this a rather competitive fight going back and forth, and we could actually see them coming back in very soon with a reset.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of early aggression and just very quick, sort of sporadic aggression coming out from New England College, and it's working heavily to their advantage. Centra, it seems as though they're a little bit more tactical in terms of how they're approaching. However, they're waiting a little bit too long. They've got to pick up the pace if they want to match whatever New England College is dishing out.
Yeah, and they are dishing out their own damage right now. Crow and Who's James get a couple of kills. Shadowstorm throws out that Blizzard, but it shouldn't amount to much here as Who's James lands that headshot right as that underhanded softball left the hand of Shadowstorm, and it looks like that is a clean take, and they got the May Blizzard off the board.
Yeah, that was a great rotation around as well. We know that Shadowstorm was trying to get a pick on Tossboy as she was sort of out of position, but the rest of the team rotated around that Blizzard around the middle of point and was able to catch New England off their back foot. Coin coming around with the Earth Shatter, though, could spell disaster for Central College. They may need to use some ultimates to defend here. High Noon coming out. Not going to find anyone. They're on point. We're going to see Diva Bomb come out as well, and it is going to find Angel Day. Oh! Coin with the massive Earth Shatter.
Look at that. They traded at the same time. The stuns caught both Reinhardts and sent him to the floor. In the end, though, it's Jet coming in. Only squishy targets were left, and a Death Blossom makes easy work of that.
Yeah, Jet is just a nuisance for Central College right now. And it's apparent. I mean, you've seen it in all 3 maps. These Death Blossoms have been cheeky, they've been quick, and they've been unexpected because the fight's already started. You're not expecting a Reaper to just come in and clean up as you're at the end of it. You don't even think of the Reaper because you haven't seen him all fight. But yet again, there he is, and he's doing what he does best, picking apart your entire front line.
J-Double speed boosting in right there. They're able to trade out the Reinhardt. Sound Barrier could actually give them the advantage. Angel isn't up to pop that ultimate on the side of New England College, and they're awfully low here while Centra is still at full HP. That is the power of a Lucio, and they are cleaning up here. Who's James with the final High Noon of this fight? They will get the flip back, but they're still going to have to defend this point for about a minute, Nuke, and that is a long time to keep New England College at bay.
Yeah, I gotta say, I don't like Shadowstorm trying to live there. If I'm Shadowstorm, I'm dying much earlier. Now you're taking a solid 5-10 seconds extra to regroup as a team, and they were just willing to kill you right there. Yeah, I think you just take the death, you regroup with the rest of your team, and you come back, because now they've wasted some time. And Central College, you know, they are utilizing that to their advantage. New England only needs one more retake more than likely, but alas. New England College, we are going to see these Blizzard come out from Shadowstorm. Party throwing out the Fiesta, dropping the wall. Seeing walls dropped on point as well from the May, and a massive Earth Shatter coming from Coin, pushing all of Central College off of the front of the point, and we're seeing another Blizzard in retaliation. Crow is going to find Angel. We're going to see J-Double take out Jet. Blaku taking on Party, and all of Central College is coming back for the clapback on New England, and they are not giving up this point without a fight.
Great blizzard there from Crow to keep that point for their team. But still, it's not over yet. The biggest ultimate of this game is going to be Jet's next Death Blossom. They've all hit the mark so far, but this one, with just 12 seconds to go in the round, they've got to find the mark here.
How do you think Central College has to retaliate against this Death Blossom that's incoming?
They just have to see it coming in. Who's James has a very important stun to land. They're going to have a sound barrier online shortly to get them back in the fight. That shatter actually got blocked. And right now, they're in a pretty decent spot. Sound barrier comes out. They've gotten the kill onto Coin, the main tank, and the Lucio no longer in play in this fight. Both supports are now down for New England College. Jet comes in with the Blossom, but it doesn't find it. They actually do a great job of countering that one. And it looks like Central College still undefeated in maps so far against New England College. They take Busan.
Yeah, they're going to take Busan. And I think you brought up a good point. They needed to stun that Reaper out whenever he was coming into Death Blossom. That's exactly what they saw. And while it wasn't the Cole Cassidy that was able to do it, the May Freeze was the one that put the nail in the coffin there. We're seeing a play of the game come out from Galvani and the amazing retake that we saw in Map 1 and Mecha Base. So very, very compelling series so far. And wow, it's week 1. This feels like week 9. These teams are playing at the top of their game. We're seeing a little bit more strategy come out from Central College versus the massive aggression coming out from New England College. And honestly, the sneakier plays. New England is very sneaky with how they're engaging these fights. So Centra doing a great job adapting, but this is to make for an amazing series, I'll charge.
Yeah, this is looking fantastic so far, and you can just kind of tell New England College, they've got 2 seniors. It's Angel Day and it's Coin, and they are laying it all out on the line here. They want to go far in their final collegiate esports season, and honestly, they're not disappointing so far. A 2-1 Busan map is incredibly close, and as we go to hybrid next, I think we're going to see a lot of the same compositions. I think both teams might still run a Reinhardt or a Diva because both of those 2 tank lines can really do a lot of work on that map in particular. But Nuke, what have you noticed so far in this game?
Wow. Well, I've like I said earlier, I've noticed that it seems as though the DPS on New England College, it seems is more calling the shots rather than Central College. It seems J Double is calling the shots. In terms of the support line, they're playing a little bit more hesitant, but that's because they're trying to calculate when they're going in. They're taking the fights to New England on their terms. New England College is pushing in all-out aggression and getting picks because they're so fast and sporadic with how they're doing it, but it's not sustainable for the fights as a whole. They're getting 1 to 2 picks. Centra's backing off. Like we said in the previous set when we were watching Huntington versus Greenville, you'd mentioned multiple times there's a lot of value to just backing up. And I think Centra understands that value. And it's not just 1 or 2 people, it's the whole team understanding the value. They're backing up, they're recognizing, letting New England throw whatever they have at them, and then jumping back at them. And it's a very back and forth. It can come out on either side. A lot of variables in that mix. If New England gets 3 or 4 picks when they go in, Centra doesn't have the opportunity to back up. They have to take it then and there. If Centra's able to get that repositioning and re-engage, then they're winning these fights.
Chat, sorry to cut you off there, Nuke, but chat's got to just stick around for a little bit here. This one is sure to be a banger, but before we go to Blizzard World, we're going to be taking a very short break, so don't go anywhere.
While we're on a break, put in chat who's going to win in a fight, me or Alt Charge.
You're All right, welcome back, Chad. It looks like the four of you who said stuff are siding with Nuke that he would beat me in a fight, and no one got to hear right before we cut out that I said he's literally a nuclear bomb. So yeah, he stacks up pretty well against some alt charge. I'm actually a feeder.
He
Nuke,
cleaned my clock though. My nose. I'm gonna have to get something for that. It was bleeding just a minute ago. All jokes
you
aside.
clean up good.
Yeah, I clean up well. You do too, buddy. It was a good fight. You guys missed it. It was off camera, but more important than our fight, we got to look at this fight going on ahead of us, right? We got New England College versus Central College. We got aggression versus strats, and it's been a great series so far. We are about to head into the second map of the series, which is Blizzard World, and I think that as we change up format a little bit, which side do you think it would favor, Old Charge? Who do you think is going to come on top when we move more toward an escort payload type map?
Yeah, Nuke. I mean, they've been very similar, just the style of these teams. And I mean, that is what you're going to notice after just one control map. So I'm not too shocked that we're seeing them play a lot of the same compositions, but I am shocked to see only one team really taking the greater advantage of the Cole Cassidy, and that is Central College, and that is Who's James, who might have just been the difference maker on that boost on map, especially on Mecha Base first point. Really the only hero in the lobby that could get up to the high ground and take advantage of that map geometry. So going in to Blizzard World again on that hero, no one on New England College playing anything that can counter it too well besides Nyland on the Diva that can go up there for a dive. But I think that could be one of the tall orders of New England College is just how do they control Who's James.
Yeah, and that's the question everyone's been asking tonight is who is James? James is the force to be reckoned with on Central College, and New England, you're right, you're 100% right, they have to retaliate. But I am interested to see Jet, kind of a interesting pick seeing Jet on this Torbjorn on the defense. Trying to take a page out of Centra's book from the last map, Jet here to prove that he is a better Torbjorn.
Yeah, Jet, I mean, really did shine on the Reaper pick as well. They did so many great things, especially with that ultimate. Here on the defense, there's a lot of fantastic sight lines as the attackers have to make their long walk up to the point where Torb can get some great alt charge, but this is a fantastic rotation from Centra to just try and get this backside high ground up by what we call boat. And Who is James again? Perched up in the crow's nest. And that is how you have to set up your hit scan DPS, really, so they can take advantage of what is down below. Jet, though, does get the first pick of this fight as they're able to pick off the Diva mech with that Torb turret.
Yeah, and man, that is a courageous Lucio. Angel Day popping up on top, trying to get a boop. Very cheeky play, wasn't quite able to find anything. We are going to see Blaku take out Jet's turret, and this is going to spell disaster for all of Central College. New England College. Centra looking like they're trying to capture this point. It could go either way at this point.
Yeah, not an easy fight at all. Nyland, she's able to get that kill onto Crow there late into the fight, and it looks like New England College has sealed the deal here on first point. 37% taken for Centra. That gets them a little bit closer to the cap as they manage to take that first full tick, but a fantastic hold from New England College, put in a very tough spot. Once Centra got up there on the boat high ground, they just had great angles all around for Crow and Who's James to just lace in icicles and bullets out of the Peacekeeper, but New England College just not letting the pressure get to them. They backed off, played the natural cover, played the Reinhardt shield from Coin, and they were able to survive that onslaught.
Yeah, and I think that they're intention was to try to pick a cheeky and sort of unique way to get around, get up on that high ground, and catch New England off guard. But they are going to go for it again, and they're going to get massively punished for it. Going for the Earth Shatter. Jet throwing out the lava in the doorway. There's nothing that they can do to get through that. What a great counterplay from New England College.
Centra did get the pick onto Party there, which could prove very valuable as they make their way back into this fight. They've got the Ant Matrix. Blizzard has been gobbled up by Blocku, and the other Blizzard for Crow lands. It finds the mark, and Central College will steamroll back onto this point, and they should end up taking the objective.
You see that Jet play? Remember earlier I said Jet tries to be real sneaky, hiding over in the corner in plain sight. Like, maybe if I don't move, they won't see me. But Central College notices immediately, takes him out. Jet swapping back over to the Cole Cassidy, realizing that Torbjorn probably not the best pick going forward in this series, and may be able to do a little bit more on that Cassidy pick.
Yeah, Torb is a great first point hero for Blizzard World especially, but going back in, picking a hit scan that has a stun, always a solid move when you're playing a deathball kind of composition, and when you have to just answer a Mei who's going to be up in your grill trying to freeze everyone. So I feel like the pick. Jet does go down first in this fight, losing the duel to Who's James, and now Galvanijo goes in with the Earth Shatter, has to navigate this Mei wall before they're able to lay it down, but just trying to eye one up there, and it finds two. The slam down, the lightning bolt up in the kill feed, and it is the Galvanijo show with the 3K.
Yeah, Galvani with the Armani, dripping out here with the Earth Shatters, and an absolute massive play as Central College continues their push on this Blizzard World. They are, roughly 10 meters away from point. They're almost there, and New England College recognizes their time to shine, get back in. The Immortality Field will come out, however, it will not save Shadow Storm, falling to Blocku's Diva self-destruct. Crow taking out Party, Galvanijo taking out Angel Day, and Central College is not allowing New England to stop them here.
No, they are not. In 3:45 up on the clock going into third point. A fantastic run of this attack so far. Stumbling a little bit on their first effort at first point, but nothing has been hitched since then. New England College has to find an answer here, and they've got plenty of ultimates to do it. It's just all about timing.
Absolutely, and they got tit for tat in terms of ultimates. They got about 3 online on each side, and it's going to be a matter of who does it better. Galvanijo going in, getting stunned out. The Earth Shatter will not come out, and it looks like the same is going to happen to Coin. Wow, you rarely see that happen on both sides, where both Krees are able to stun the ultimates of the enemy Reinhardts, but it seems as though in this case it worked out in New England College's favor. Centra was not able to capitalize on the opportunity that was presented to them.
No, they're not, Nuke. And what I've noticed a couple of times in this game so far is I wasn't actually aware it went through a while ago, but I do believe the Reinhardt Shatter got a change where it does 200 damage right next to the impact zone. And that's, I think, why we've seen those 2Ks and those kills fall in the feed. The DPS right now flanking for New England College. Diva unable to get that Blizzard there as a couple of members of Central College are frozen right in the middle of Main Street, but it looks like they'll stay alive for now.
I am amazed they were able to keep Party alive there. They took out the Immortality Field, but wasn't able to kill him quite in time. Nilin with an absolutely bonkers self-destruct, taking out Tossboy. She was not able to defend that one. J Double looking for trouble. Galvanijo taking Jet out of this equation, saying you are not factoring in here, bud. And it looks like the rest of Central College is cleaning up, but they have to do so quickly. If New England College is able to regroup, which they aren't, they would have been able to touch. Great composition, great play from Central College. Support line and DPS line finishing that one out for Blizzard World round 1. A minute and 54 left on the clock in that bank as well.
And that is a time bank that New England College can certainly compete with. It's not the lights out time bank that we did see Huntington put up in the previous game that we watched. But still, Central College with a great run through of Blizzard World. They did stumble on that first attack of first point, but they fixed their mistakes. Who's James making things work very well on the Cassidy, Crow on the Mei. Those Mei walls just splitting up the team, and Galvani Joe on the Reinhardt, a force to be reckoned with in this one. All of those ultimates are just flying loose, and they are hitting the target.
Yeah. Like there's no better way to put it. It's I think both teams at this point, I was saying at the beginning of the series that Central College was a little bit more tactical in how they were approaching, but Control is a way different beast than these hybrid and escort maps, and it seems as though both teams are meeting each other in the middle. We're seeing a little bit more aggression from Central College, being quick to the beat, quick to the moment, and New England College is taking steps back and recognizing that it's not their time to attack when Centra is throwing all out aggression at them. So now we're seeing Jet. Okay, Jet was on the Widowmaker, gonna switch over to the Pharah actually, and I'm surprised. This is the first time I think we're seeing Pharah at all tonight, Berkeley.
Yeah, Chase, this is a pretty good farm map as well. There's a lot of buildings along the left side that you can play to just give yourself some cover, but Who is James has been lights out on the Cole Cassidy so far in this one, so the pressure is going to be on Jet just to stay alive, but if they're able to land direct hits as Coin slams in on this Wrecking Ball, that is a fantastic amount of burst damage that they can try and capitalize on, especially with Shadow Storm there, just waiting in the wings to land a one clip onto anyone vulnerable. I do like how these DPS are poking around, waiting for Coin to come in with those cooldowns, and Coin already at 80% to that minefield. Central College playing passive, looking a little scared so far in this fight.
Yeah, Central College does have a lot of sustainability with their Baptiste and Lucio, but I like the strategy coming out from New England College, looking to, disposition a lot of Central College and then set them up for success, as Jet just did on J Double. Who's James taking out Jet's resource and taking out Angel Day. Jet also now falling to Galvani with a... I'm sorry I missed that Fire Strike. That is... There's some calculations you got to set there to hit a Pharah with a Fire Strike.
Yeah, anytime a Ryan player hits a Pharah with a Fire Strike, it's just a surefire smile coming out from that tank player. So Galvani not missing there. Who's James has the High Noon online. Probably the best counter in all of Overwatch to a Pharmacy. Coin coming in now. Late on the engagement, but ends up landing that slam. Doesn't pop the minefield, though. Going to go back in with this second set of cooldowns before laying it down. And they've got Central College spaced out and just huddled on this left side of the point. They've gotten the Immortality Field out as well, but the High Noon is able to hit Jet. Immortality Field saves Who James's life as that Pulse Bomb stuck onto him, but Shadow Storm not getting the kill for that as a fantastic Immortality Field tossed out from Toss Boy.
Yeah, and look at what they had to use to keep them off of point. The answer is next to nothing. Maybe they used a sound barrier and it kept them alive, but Central College has 3 ultimates still online. Now, Who's James also had to use the High Noon to counter the Pharmacy, as we talked about earlier, and that could spell disaster, as Jet could come in now with that barrage and have a lot of value with it. But overall, as we're just watching this as a whole, NECG and New England College Grims is having a much harder time capturing point than what Centra did on the flip side.
They've gotten the kill onto Crow here. That may no longer will have the Blizzard active in this fight, but Coin goes down again. Looks like Who's James is doing a number onto Coin's Wrecking Ball just with those Cassidy stuns, and Jet is having a hard time getting the window in just to pop this Rocket Barrage. Going to have some help from Nyland using that defensive matrix to keep him alive, and Blocky tasked on the other end of things, just eating up that barrage. Goes down here to Who's James. The res has to come through, and that kind of delays the engagement here for New England College. Diva Bomb flies overhead, taking down the hit scan. Now Jet has some room after being rezzed back into this fight. The barrage from the backline, able to find the Diva mech. Can it find more? None yet, but it looks like the Diva will be cleaned up here. Still though, Central College holding beautifully as they're able to just counter dive after dive from this New England College team.
Yeah, I think Jet recognized that they couldn't hold on to the ultimate that much longer. They needed to barrage and find some value. They found it on the Diva, which isn't a whole lot of value, honestly. Centra is all but keeping them off of this point. Coin trying to find an in, going around, trying to get the minefield play, throwing it on point, not quite hitting the mark. Shadow Storm switching over to the Tracer, switching it up, and is going to get a massive stick on Who's James. Galvani is going to respond, though, by taking out Coin and Party. This could be it. And it is.
Wow, Central with a great defense there on Blizzard World. I mean, you
Wow.
really can't play the death ball any better when you're going up against that aggressive dive of New England College.
Yeah, I think that the issue there was Jet was waiting too long to use the barrage, right? And Jet was unable to get in to use the barrage when they should have been playing off of their self-destruct. They threw the self-destruct over the top. You know that everyone's going to have to reposition for that or use the immortality field to keep the team alive. So you wait for that immortality field to come out. You wait to disposition the Cole Cassidy with your wrecking ball, and then that's your opportunity to go in and get value off of that barrage. However, that window they were looking for was just off shifted by a little every time. And unfortunately, they weren't able to get that window. They weren't able to capture that moment. Central College taking that point in a very deserving fashion.
Yeah, that was no easy task, that defense on Blizzard World. And honestly, Jet, who had such a great round on the Reaper, didn't play poorly on far. It was just who's James shining again, very bright for the Central College team on the Cassidy, not missing the mark, always making sure those high noons found either the Pharah or the Mercy, and doing a good job of just taking them down with those regular standard shots out of the Peacekeeper. If I had to give Jet any advice with that barrage, I'm sure they're a better DPS player than I am, but it would just to be not to be afraid. It's the most vulnerable ultimate in the game. You are a sitting duck. You're probably going down. Don't be too nitty gritty with how you're just going to nitpick that moment to go in. Just send it. If you can get two and you die, that's a valuable barrage.
Even if you're not able to get two, if you're able to burst, right? Because your whole name of the game is bursting them down. If you're able to get all of that burst off and then your wrecking ball come in and drop the minefield, they're split. The whole point of the game in playing that comp is dispositioning them. You have to capitalize off of it when you're able to get that in.
So, Nuke, as we head into our next map, which will be an escort map of Dorado, the teams are going to switch sides. But New England College, I feel like they have played a very stellar game tonight. But is there anything they could do just to kick it up a couple of notches where they're able to take a map or two off of Center?
Yeah, I think it goes. I think honestly, Alt Charge. If I was to pick apart one thing specifically, it's play around to what your strengths are, right? Your strength is Jet. Jet is doing a lot. What is the win condition? You have to take out who is countering Jet. And that right now is Cole Cassidy. That's who's James. You got to pick out who's James and then allow Jet to get in, do what they do best, whether it's on the Torbjorn, whether it's on the Reaper, whether it's on the Pharah. That's what it's going to take to get these points. If not, then you communicate who you're switching it around, whoever you're going to put a focus on, right? I think that New England just has a small amount of tweaking to do to bring that aggression back to the table and find value from the aggression that they're throwing out. We are going to be moving into map 3. Map 3 is going to be Dorado, and it's going to be a good time. We're going to have some fun, and I think we're moving straight into it. No breaks, if I'm not wrong. Correct, no breaks. We're moving straight into Dorado. Tell me, you think that there's going to be a difference in how these teams are going to tackle these fights and from Blizzard World to Dorado?
Well, I think NECC still has some stuff that they haven't shown us. They do practice 5 days a week and they work very closely together with their esports director, Josh. They work so closely with their director, Josh, that Coin actually tells me the team just calls him dad. That's how closely they work with their director. So I bet they've got some strats. Maybe not something like we saw Huntington do in game number 1. I don't know if you were here for it, chat, but Huntington just bursted out of spawn with a sim TP and a speed boost and ended up on the defender's high ground. So we are in map 3. There is still some Overwatch yet to play, and I'm sure both of these teams in this higher division have some tricks up their sleeve.
And wow, it looks like Tricks indeed. Looks like Vector is going to get subbed in. Vector going to be on the Doomfist. Jet making a massive switch over as well. I honestly was not expecting to see the Echo, but Jet showing the versatility now on the Echo. Shadowstorm going to switch over to the Cole Cassidy. And man, yeah, you asked for some changes. Here's some changes. We're also seeing Galvani on the Winston.
Yeah, Centra going with a double bubble composition here, which is a staple of this Dorado map. A little harder to execute on the defense than it is to get value on from the offense, but if Vector is coming into this map as a substitute, as a Doomfist specialist, just looking at the rooftops along this Dorado map, there is no better map for a Doomfist specialist to come in on. I'm sure that we're just going to be seeing them flying high and launching into the backline. Blaku will have the task of making sure they get a bubble so they don't get stunned out by Shadow Storm and taken down. Like that.
Ooh, yeah, exactly like that. Shadow Storm trying to stop it, but Coin gonna take out Galvani as soon as Galvani goes to get a push in. Shadow Storm sitting in the back of the payload. Looks like two are going to get antied, both Nilan and Angel Day. Jet hanging out on the side, now switched over to the Hanzo. That was a very fast change. I didn't even see that come out until now.
And Vector already gets back into this fight, gets a kill, and dies in the blink of an eye. That is kind of the ebb and flow of Doomfist. It's just a boom or bust type hero, able to come out of spawn, get the kill, which sways the advantage so quickly into Central College's possession, where they're just able to sense that for a brief moment. New England College is weak, they're down a player, the tanks move forward, and they're able to get this defense back on solid ground.
Like you said, that is exactly where this comp thrives, as well as both tanks playing around both of the bubbles they have. And not just both the doubles, but J double as well, sitting on the Ana, going to keep them both alive. I think that they are taking it to heart, exactly what we were talking about. They need to switch up their comp. They need to switch up around what they're doing. And New England College, not sure if they have the right response here for it.
Oh, a big shatter in response for Coin, trying to make his way into the backline, but the Valkyrie from Tossboy, again, noted as such a reliable player she is for the Central College team, able to keep them all fully supported. Blaku gets backed into a corner here, dueling a Baby Diva, but it looks like in pilot form, might be able to get the kill. Nyland, no, it does go down to Who's James in the backline. Vector just coming up into the front line too. Doomfist just so rambunctious in this lobby so far.
Absolutely. Vector is so versatile on this hero, but not just in how they're playing, but like how they're playing around the comp specifically. You notice that Vector was able to take two off of the front line and push them into the back line as Blaku was trying to get some value off of that Zarya 1v1ing the Baby Diva in the side room. Galvani setting up. Ooh, and we're going to see the ultimate come out immediately, diving into the back line and just tearing apart damage, recognizing the ledge is there and trying to take him off of it.
Good job there by Shadowstorm just to keep his feet away from that ledge, almost hanging 10. Galvani not getting a ton of value in terms of the kill feed with that nano boost and Primal Rage, but definitely killing some clock and making sure that New England College doesn't get any progress for about 20 seconds of that last fight. Now they're going to be rolling into this next one with 4 ultimates that they can use, and the sound barrier from Angel Day, probably the most important one for her to get value with all match.
Yeah, 40 seconds out of a minute and 20 seconds, or 20 seconds out of a minute and 20 seconds is, 1/4 of your time. So I think that added a lot of value. Shadowstorm now getting stuck, but it looks like the lamp is going to come out, and man, Galvani and Blaku, the synergy between these two is just unhinged right now. Central College holding this defense exceptionally well, and the backbone of the team obviously being J-Double and Tossboy, keeping the heels alive. New England is having a tough time breaking through the situation.
Yeah, and Nuke, I would say the two hardest heroes to play in a double bubble comp are the Ana and the Zarya. Zarya just has so much tanking to do with just one cooldown that comes online every 10 seconds, especially when you have a Doomfist accompanying a Winston on all these dives, and then J-Double. Everything's moving so fast in front of you. Those skill shots on Ana are not easy. And that Diva Bomb does fly in, takes down J-Double and Blaku, the two most important players in this composition. This is the best window New England College has had yet, but it looks like the fight is still flipping on its head as Galvani comes in with the Primal Rage to make a statement.
Again, the Primal Range able to get it up in less than a minute and now re-engaging with it to try to keep the team alive. What I've noticed here, though, is New England College is sitting on 3 ultimates now, and they may need to use them to get through. Who's James is going to pop the high noon. Is it going to find anyone? It is. Angel Day will fall. Blaku taking out Coin, and that's going to be it for the first round.
Yeah, I mean, even though it looked like Central was
What?
finally getting back down in that fight, just New England
Did they
College
just not
not
touch?
not able to take it. The high noon kind of zoned him out there. It found two picks, one being the Diva mech, and Diva is probably your best recontesting hero with those rocket boosters to get back in. So even though they were only off point for what might have been a second, that's enough time for
Man,
overtime to tick down.
I was so confused for a second. I was like, how? It was going so well. Also, made you look, chat. Gotcha. That's funny. We're having a real party, as we would put it. The pinatas have come out, and let's see if the gloves are off for New England. They have quite a hold ahead of them. Sintra now able to play this comp, as you were saying earlier, Berkeley. They're able to play this comp where it thrives most. That's on offense. We're seeing some troll picks come out from Sintra as well.
No, no, no. These are not troll picks. Let me tell you, if Vector were to play the Genji here with only 63 meters that they have to push it, he's a fantastic nano target. If Party throws out that immortality field, a nano blade could just decimate that other team, but I like how he's sticking with the Doomfist. If Who is James is to play the Widowmaker here, that's just playing for a pick in the fight. Getting one of those hit scan off the high ground they're bound to be on is no easy task for just Nyland, so it's going to be very difficult for them.
It will. But it looks like you said, Who's James is going to stick on this Widowmaker for now. Nah, they're going back and changing. And it will be the Cole
Much more
Cassidy that will come
stable.
out. Yes. Vector trying to get an in, but Jet has the angle on him. I'm honestly a little bit surprised that we haven't seen Jet switch back to the Reaper with Galvani playing this Winston both rounds.
Well, Vector goes in for the kill there, but catches a stun from Jet. Unable to get eliminated, though, as they're able to roll out, and the tanks have made the space. Galvani going in, aggressive on the Winston, hopping up on the high ground, finding a couple of kills, and now Vector back in the mix as well, slamming down onto
Wow.
Nyland, and Nuke. This one is done and dusted. Central College getting the 3-0 win over New England College.
That is all she wrote, and I'm telling you right now, Alt Charge, I was not expecting this ending to this series. Central College, yes, getting the 3-0 over New England College, creating more of a storyline here in the NECC. They're able to or able to sweep what they had been swept before, and we're going to see the play of the game come out from Blaku. Just an amazing Graviton Surge, going to find a couple. And it's going to finish it out with Galvani. I think they played this double bubble comp perfectly and to their advantage. And they kept it. And what's interesting is they kept that in their back pocket until the last map, until they needed it. They weren't trying to show it in between the other maps. And that, I think, caught New England College off guard, to be frank.
Yeah, that composition is decent on Busan. It's decent on Blizzard World, but on Dorado, it really does just come to the forefront as one of the more meta comps, especially when you have a substitute who can just come in and play an aggressive Doomfist alongside of Winston. Not a lot of teams have that in their tool belt, so that is something that the rest of Challengers Division is going to have to keep an eye on Centra for. But Nuke, actually, it was Central College who did 3-0 in the activation game, so it looks like...
Oh, you're right. I read that wrong.
They're a
They're 6-0.
dangerous team in this Challengers Division, coming out with a lot of 3-0s to start this season.
Yeah, no joke. I mean, that's insane. They're now 6-0 up on New England College, and if you judged this set by the first game, I don't think anyone would have guessed that this would have happened. New England College came out swinging, and they came out swinging strong. I expected a little bit more of a take from them, and I think it comes down to their ebb and flow when it came to the series. I think that Central College was just able to play around New England College a little bit more, understand their win conditions, and go in on their own terms, whereas New England College was just looking for the picks, playing a much more straightforward Overwatch, as we were talking about earlier.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. And then if we had to go in for a most valuable player of the match for this one, Nuke, who would your pick be?
Judging it off the first map, hands down it's Jet. Judging it off of the entire series as a whole, it's probably my boy Who's James. Because who is James? I mean, that is the real question that we've all been asking. Who's yours? Who's your player of the match?
I think you did call it right. Jet had a massive impact on that round one. I think gave New England College their best chance at actually winning a map, but Who is James on the Cole Cassidy had to shut down a few different DPS lineups that New England was throwing their way, and it wasn't easy. The pharmacy coming on Blizzard World was looking very strong, especially when Coin comes in to disrupt everything on Wrecking Ball. But who is James seemed to always have that stun, always have a high noon online to take care of business. Nuke, I think that does have to be the player of the match for this one.
And we agree unanimously on this one. It looks like the player of the match from Alt Charge and I is who is James. And next time we see Center College come back, I want to know. Give me an answer. I got to know who James is.
Yeah, someone's got to figure it out because it doesn't look like New England College quite figured out who is James. But Nuke, the action continues to ramp up here on stream. We started out in the Navigators. We just finished our Challengers game. And next, it is going to be an onslaught of competition between Northwood Esports and Kennesaw State University in the Legends division. And this was very close in the activations. Northwood barely edged out the win 2-1 over Kennesaw. So, Chad, you are going to watch this one. Nuke, before we send it off into the break, did you have any final thoughts?
Yeah, absolutely. I am thrilled to be back again for more NECC action. Alt Charge and I will be casting all season right here every single Thursday. Be sure to check us out. If you like the content you're seeing, follow us on Twitter, follow NECC Games on Twitter, follow both Michael and Carol, our production, on Twitter. We are all super engaged. We love what's going on. We love interacting with the community. But like you said, it's time for us to catch a little bit of snoozing because Corbeck and Bullskunk will be up very soon to deliver the most high-octane action you're probably going to see all night. Northwood and Kennesaw State University, that is not going to be a match you're going to want to miss.
1. Attackers incoming. Defend objective A.
Hurry up about this.
Teleporter online. Good online.
Gonna make you feel better. Oh, yeah! Mark. Yeah, let's go. Let's flash in the party.
Teleporter online. Turret in place. Hello. Such a lack of imagination.
Objective lost. Team kill. Triple kill.
This will heal you. Get in there.
Oh, turn it up. Boom. Your time.
Teleporter online. Rain from above.
Not you good as you. Weaken up.
Score 0-1. Switching sides. Initiating match. Ready for battle. Attackers incoming in 30 seconds.
after some dominating play on Blizzard World.
Yeah, I think ultimately a dominant play over the entirety of the series so far. I think is probably a fair thing to say here.
Yeah.
And I think the other thing too is that Hood College has consistently been at advantage in certain styles of fights, which I think is impressive, right? In those moments where you should be winning, they are. They're not letting cases where. Sometimes something that happens when you're in a position that you should win a fight is you let your foot off the gas, and then as a result, kind of let the fight slip away from you. That's not happening here for Hood College, which is a really good sign as they try and close out the series here in map number 3.
Yeah, they are seizing every opportunity that is presented to themselves. And, what is some phenomenal Widow play really opened things up a lot on Blizzard World. And I'm curious to see if we see that coming out again as we move over to Dorado. Not quite as Widow favorite, but definitely still an option, especially on defense.
I mean, this is the other thing too, is that I don't think we've seen I think the one thing that's been kind of consistent has been that the Reinhardt has been the primary focal point for sort of the style of game that these two squads are electing to run. That being said, the flexibility has showcased across the rest of the roster. We've seen multiple different, DPS characters, a lot of flex on the supports as well. It really has just been the most consistent thing has been the Reinhardt. And even then, we saw an Orisa come in at one point for King's College. So certainly a lot of flexibility between these two teams. And speaking of flexibility, we do have some subs yet again, as it is going to be Creedlight stepping back in on the Reinhardt here for Hood College. Meanwhile, PMC will go over, I believe, to the tank here as again. So a lot of back and forth is these two teams set up.
Yeah, there absolutely is. And in addition, we're seeing the Bastion on defense as well. It doesn't come out very often, but we are absolutely seeing that Omnic rear their head in this matchup. Also got a Genji coming out as well from Hood College, and that's going to be very interesting as well, considering there's no Ana, but that damage boost coming from the Mercy could certainly do the trick. But Percival is going to be mowed down very, very quickly early on. The res is going to come out, though, so now there is an opportunity for them to jump back in the fight. Feint is getting in a tremendous amount of damage. They're already over 50% of the way to their ultimate.
Yeah, this is going to be a lot of just putting a lot of what's going to get this cart moving for Hood is going to be denying Bastion that high ground, not allowing that spam to come in while dealing with the front line for King's College. So far, it has been a little awkward as Feint is just completely uncontested there alongside the pocket of the Mercy and the shield from the Sigma, and Feint is just putting in work from on high.
Yeah, they absolutely are. Pyroria, she's going to have to use the res again. They're going to have to get them back up into the fight. The Plague, though, follows very quickly after that, and I'm not sure if this very low healing composition is really going to be the answer for Hood College at the moment, as Feintest is, like you said, just been largely uncontested so far.
That's an ambitious dash from Percival, but staying alive will get the Dragon Blade. Pyroria, unlucky. They are unable to get out in time, and that's going to herald the configuration tank. Feintest, that is it. That is not ideal. And reading the play is the opposition. Here comes that Dragon Blade.
Yeah, this Dragon Blade is going to get at least a little bit of value as Papa Booey is taken out of the fight. Now Hood College has an opportunity to really get this cart moving. And since the Bastion has now had to been moved back from the cart, it's going to be so much harder to get them set up again. I'm going to be surprised if we see that pick still sticking around. Mojo Jojo doing the best that they can to try and keep their tank alive, but an excellent charge comes in. Creed reading that beautifully. And with that, Hood College is primed to capture this first point.
Yeah, that's one of those from off stage comes the Reinhardt, and that is going to be the reset. They're not even going to be able to contest here. Feintest doing their damage from on high, but it is rather ineffective. It's going to get a couple of eliminations, but not much more value than that.
Wow. Yeah, three limbs, as a matter of fact. The point is captured, but at this juncture, you could have King's College setting up for a very aggressive defensive hold here.
The thing is, the eliminations don't actually change how this fight happens, right? So they are flashy in terms of, padding stats, but ultimately you can see King's College are giving up that ground. They don't have, even with all 3 eliminations, haven't really delayed the cart at all. And now Percival has a blade again. You can see trying to posture for that dash through to get the damage in. Ant Matrix from Babu in the back. And they identify Feintest. That's a dead Bastion.
Oh, excellent deflect coming in there from Percival. That's going to end that Bastion's reign of terror. Now we've got the Dragon Blade commit as well with that boost from the Mercy in tow. Baba Booey, the primary target once again. PNC lays down the Shatter, but it's not going to do too terribly much this time around as the kills still coming in courtesy of the DPS of Hood College.
Now, with Feint coming back in and with a shield no longer available, there is an opportunity for King's College to return, but no, Feint gets isolated out, and the damage just does not sustain, and the eliminations will be here. A cleanup crew in play for Hood College, so stymied only but a bit are the team in red, and that's going to posture all the way to third here, 4.5 minutes on the objective. And running out of resources is King's College. 2 switches, Virgio and Faintest going over to different looks. And they'll have to find a lot of success in not a lot of time, as this time bank is looking mighty terrible.
That it is, as is the ult economy for Hood College as well. Link gonna use this Gravitic Flux, and it has to be big right here, otherwise there's not much left for them to do. And the counterattack is gonna come in quickly from Hood College, but Skyfire has been removed. Priroria, they're able to get the res off though, so this barrage does have a second life. And with Mojo Jojo now down, it's Virgio all alone in the sky versus this Pharah. They are gonna get the better of Skyfire, but the damage has already been done, and Hood keeps on moving.
It is just the Pharah in play. There's the boost coming back in time.
Wow.
Mojo Jojo, the respawn plays incredibly well, and literally in the nick of time was that heal. Hood College will be forced to reset now. Off the back of that, they've lost too many members, but they've got a lot of cart progress here at Jungle God, and you can see now it's a case about not wasting your position, your time. Hood College needs one good fight. That being said, it's very difficult to get that here on this final stage of Dorado. Oh my, Junkertown. Also another tough map to take third, but not this one.
yes, indeed. The Graviton Surge from Frushi could be absolutely devastating as well. Coupled with this Dragon Blade, especially now that the res has been expended, could be devastating. Virgio does have their barrage as well. Here comes the Dragon Blade and the grab, but it's going to be Virgio denying anything other than the kill onto Mojo Jojo for that Genji. Now Baba Booey is popped this amplification matrix as well, trying desperately to keep their bar alive, but the Shatter lands, knocks down 4, and with that, Hood College is able to just sweep away what's left of Kings.
Yeah, that's going to only be with the Plague get taken out, and I believe that Pyro might actually have their Resurrect, and regardless, it is going to be a team that is kept at the gates. The charge comes in from PMC. It's too little too late, and that's going to be 2:20 on the clock here for Hood College to close out the attack, and that, I must say, is a spectacular run here on this map. Dorado, so difficult to close out that final phase. Hood College have put themselves in a winning position here on their escort map on this series.
They absolutely have. King's College with their back firmly against the wall right now. They have to come out of this with a completion, and they have to have some time on the bank. Otherwise, it'd just be too easy for Hood College if we do see, in fact, a round 3 and 4. But I'm not sure if that's going to be the case, because this Hood College squad has been they were able to dig in their heels so hard on Blizzard World that I think we're likely going to see the same thing here.
Yeah, this is going to be. I mean, here's the thing. King's College needs to be aggressive out the gate, right? They need to get those early picks. The fights need to be clean. They losing any time on the objective will be disastrous, because Hood College was really only stymied at the initial fight, right before the cart even made through that archway on first, and then in that final phase as well. So as much time as they can avoid wasting is going to be to the benefit of the team in blue. And again, not only do they need to complete the map, they, to keep their hopes alive, have to complete the map with time, or we have to complete the map with a relatively decent time bank, so they get an opportunity on the second part of the map run through. A lot to ask of a team, but they start here and now, and Faintest over the top, Juggle God doing a lot of damage.
Wow. Virgio going to be able to get the first pick, though, onto Percival, so King's College off to a roaring start right now. Link going to be on the Roadhog as well, and that could make matters very difficult for Percival. We do see him swapping over now to the legs, but in the meantime, Skyfire has been able to take Baba Booey out of the fight, and with that huge pick, it's going to be so much healing that Pyroria, they have to put on their shoulders right now. And with nice play coming in from King's College, so they're going to be able to continue this push.
Yeah, this is, I mean, here's the thing. Feintist is, because they've got the pocket of Mojo Jojo, or they will in the traditional part of the fight, it's not just Percival who has to deal with it, it's Fushi as well. The Diva is a large part of keeping the Pharah in check, and I mean, Percival is being besieged on all fronts by the DPS. You can see Virgio in the flank with this Reaper, going to get another elimination. That's going to be a well-timed first objective. Excellent stuff here from King's College. The kind of start they needed, in all honesty, as they complete that first capture point.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. This is precisely what they needed to have happen here. And they're just continuing it with a pick on Ifushi right after getting demeched as well. Unfortunate, you know, for that stagger to come in as well. Over 5 minutes on the clock, moving into the street phase of Dorado, and they're showing no signs of slowing down right now, especially with after a pick onto Skyfire. Rez is going to be expended as well. That's going to be crucial going into this next fight.
Yeah, the adaptation that King's College has made is that they've forced the DPS for Hood to be a little less proactive in their engagement, right? The Pharah puts a lot of pressure with that range spam, especially the fact that they've got a Pocket Mercy just assisting them. And you can see just one rocket can really put a player to have to hide from any oncoming damage, and that's given King's College a lot of space to work with.
It certainly has, and speaking of space, that's exactly where that Riptire is going to go, evaporating into nothing as they don't find any picks this time around. Feintist, though, going to be a little bit more fortunate, going in for the barrage during the res. Going to be able to clear the way once again for King's College, and you know what? They are continuing to do what they needed to do.
Yeah, that's really excellent stuff there. Feintist has been on another level with this Pharah. The long-range projectiles have been hitting, and excellently identifying the resurrect attempt for the barrage to come in. And unfortunately, Fushi was looking the wrong way, and she's unable to get the Matrix up in time. So Feintist has given King's College a lease on life, as it were. And now this third phase, 5.25 minutes to try and complete it here. Big time bank needed from our squad in blue.
That it is, and they absolutely have the opportunity to make that happen. Fushi, she's going to launch the self-destruct. It's not going to find any kills this time around. Creed lays down the Shatter. Mojo Jojo going on the ground, but the defense is there to keep them alive. Shatter going to be traded in this time from Kings, and that's going to land with force. Creed light out of the fight. Percival now using that tac visor to try and stymie some of this aggression, but they're only going to be so successful, especially in the face of a whole hog courtesy of Link. And now we are looking at a blistering time in the books for King's College. They have done what they needed to do and more to come back in this series.
That is a big difference there. An extra 212 added, or over, I should say, Hood College in that sense. And a reminder, you can see the time is going to tick down a little bit. So they finished that with 4:32 on the clock, as it does equalize to 2 minutes for Hood. And I mean, this has been sort of a renaissance for this team in the Pharah pick, right? No response from Hood College whatsoever to that aerial threat. And Percival, or sorry, I should say Feintist, rather, making the aerial Pharah sing to give themselves that victory. Even in that last fight, we saw the Plague just fighting to stay alive, but a wayward rocket gives the elimination and denies any healing. And Hood College now have to kind of set things right if they want to take that 3-0 here in this final map.
They certainly do. They're going to have a tough uphill battle because I'm not sure, but I don't remember Hood College winning any fight on their defense. I think they were just plowed over completely by King's College. Maybe at the beginning they had a little bit of a stall, but not very much. So they need to do something completely different when it comes back around to their defense. But they're going to have to set the finish line as far as they can here on attack first.
Things going. Why change something that isn't broken, right? It was working really well. So the Pharah makes a reappearance here and gets an early 7% ult charge for their efforts. Aerial duel, though. Percival makes the switch over to the Cassidy, so now Feintist has a lot more to work with here.
Yeah, that they do. Feintist going to have a much more difficult time. We can see them getting caught out just a little. Mercy having actually taken out of the fight now. Percival with an excellent shot right there. This could be exactly what Hood College needed to do. Just a little bit of a comp swap to make all the difference. But Feintist is going to chase down Percival, removing that threat from themselves and from Mercy when they get back into the fight. Now we've got Virgio coming back on the aggress, and King's College, despite an early advantage for Hood, coming out on top of this fight.
Yeah, this has been somewhat scattered from Hood College. A marked departure from their previous performance, and Faintest has really thrown them for a loop on this projectile play. They have really struggled to kind of take them out of the sky, even without the mercy. Mojo Jojo was taken out, right, and they still couldn't find the elimination onto Faintest. So less than a minute here on the clock, and the cart really has not progressed at all.
No, it certainly hasn't, and oh, this flank from Hog could be absolutely massive. Just deletes the plague from the back line. That's going to make things so much harder. The Barrage and Death Blossom combined for several more kills, and now we are firmly in last fight territory for Hood.
Now, that being said, the only thing available to King's College in this next engagement is the Shatter, so it's going to have to pull magic out. Hood College have a window of opportunity, and pun definitely intended, as the amplification matrix was used to ill effect in that final, or that last ultimate, I should say. There's the trade coming through, Pyroria taken out, but not undone. As Hood College
No, certainly not. It's going to be a couple of picks coming in once again in favor of King's College. Hood with just a couple of seconds left to go. Not anywhere near the cart. It's going to be Link pushing people back with that whole hog, and that is as far as the cart gets.
And I mean, 4 minutes 12 to give themselves basically just around that first corner is giving King's College the opportunity to say, I mean, barring an absolute miracle hold, their first victory in this series to force a map number 4. And as we get a quick look around Dorado, we'll see that yellow box of victory appear momentarily. The cart has truly not advanced very far at all.
No, and I don't think, many teams plan for, learning how to take a fight here, right? Because this is you're going to have to take such a forward hold here. It's really, I think, going to limit your options on defense as well.
Right. I mean, the thing is, the cart, you don't hold here because you often just give this ground up for free. You choose to hold that second high ground, right? Early on in Overwatch's history, there were times where you would take some fights very, very early, in those hyper dive, those triple DPS kind of metas. But those days are long gone. And so I have to say that King's College in a winning position at this point.
Absolutely. And we're just going to see, why mess with what's working, right? Faintest hovering over that Pharah once again in spawn. And it's really going to be up to Percival, I think, and to try and negate as much as they can the effect that Faintest has had so far. Gonna see Faintest coming out for a little bit of a flank to start things off. Here comes the area duel. Percival already going down very low. Faintest just deletes them from the sky. They're gonna get the Mercy as well, unless she's able to just sneak away, but it looks very unlikely. Immortality Field already has to be used, and that is just a barrage of kills in favor of King's College. King's College gonna survive to fight another day and bring us to map number 4.
Yep, turns out that check was in fact checkmate, and that is going to be that equalizing factor. 2-1 the series score at this point. Hood College still at match point, but signs of life from the team in blue from this squad, and Faintest, a massive difference maker on Dorado to give one in the back pocket there. As we get to see the highlight here, that's that Bastion play, and I mean, it's flashy if nothing else.
Yeah, exactly. Didn't, like you said, didn't have much effect on where the defense had to set up in the end, but you love to see those kills coming in nonetheless. Well, this is quite the side of life coming out from King's College. A lot of times in Overwatch, it's just a matter of figuring out, outplaying the other team and finding where you have the edge, and they certainly have the edge now with Faintest going over to Pharah. And I'll be curious to see if they can continue this kind of advantage as we move on to Hollywood.
Right, and this is the issue that comes in, right? The counter to Pharah, there's two ways to kind of play out of Pharah. One is to hyper focus them down, right? You keep a hit scan in play, you keep the diva as well, and just the combined pressure of multiple forces gives the opportunity. The opposite thing is that you ignore the
Oh, welcome back. We appreciate your patience through a bit of our extended break, but we are ready to get back into this thing, back into some NECC Collegiate Overwatch. And, well, we are headed to the Legends Division here to get things going. My name is Jeff alongside Corbeck. I'm really looking forward to this match we got coming up.
Yeah, this is going to be a banger here, Bull Skunk, because these are, the top tier teams, right? These are supposed to be some of the best squads here in Legend, and we are actually seeing one of the best squads in the country in Northwood Esports. Arguably, I think you were saying before we started, basically the #1 team in the nation right now, and a very dominant force in the game. And poor, unfortunate souls over there at Kennesaw State have their work cut out for them. But, you never know. I don't want to take too much away from them. I think these teams might have played before, and I think Kennesaw State did take a map off of Northwood, so not completely unmasted here as we take a look at our maps for the week.
Yeah, this is a fixed map pool as we go into spring 2022. Just the name of simplicity and making sure we're getting nice rotations. We're not seeing the same maps every week. We'll start off on Busan for our control map, as we will for every game this week. A nice outlier, Busan. A lot of variety in that map. Looking forward to get into that. But I want to circle back to what you're talking about with Kennesaw. They're a new team here at NECC, and man, what an opponent that they have to go up when week 1 when they're going against the defending champs. Northwood undefeated through the fall season, so this team's gonna have their work cut out for them. My eyes are on Nitro Galaxy and Prototype R. There's going to be your 2 tanks coming in from Kennesaw. The 2 juniors, they're second and third in the list. And I'm really curious to see if they can keep up the pace with a veteran squad coming out of Northwood. That's with their tank line, as we're about to see on the screen. Seasons in Calman, your tanks here for Northwood University. Calman's been competing in contenders for, almost 3 years now.
Yeah, Calman is a distinct and recognizable talent who you will have probably seen if you pay any attention to the Tier 2 Overwatch scene. Season's a little bit newer, but obviously still a very strong player, all things considered. Dynasty, another one you've almost certainly heard of before, a very strong DPS, but really that central core of that tank lineup is going to be so critical because as anyone who's spent any amount of time in organized play Overwatch would tell you, right, that the tanks are the beating heart of the game. They set the pace, they keep things moving, and some of these maps are going to be so fast paced because of these tanks that really, truly, I think we're going to be seeing some pretty high octane gameplay here from Northwood.
Certainly the thing I'm going to be looking out for the most, particularly getting started on this control map, where that pace is so important. It's not dictated by the speed of the payload, or by an objective.
Right.
Really dictated by the tank lines on how fast they want to play, how aggressive they want to play. Are they going to be very proactive in their pathing, in their movement, in their aggression? And I know Northwood will be. Northwood is a darn aggressive team. We'll see if our newcomers in Kennesaw can keep up. Hailing out of Kennesaw, Georgia, the Owls making their first appearance here. And it's going to be Mecha-based to start things off. We've got some interesting looks. I don't know that I believe any of this right now. I think we're getting baited just a little bit. We may get ball hog, but I doubt it. It wouldn't hurt my feelings.
The old hog and ball, the old hog and ball torture. I'd be a bit surprised too. Honestly, you could just run with tanks of kind of the caliber that you have here. You could just run a rush comp and shove it straight down the gut. But no, they're going to stick with the hog and ball. So they've got a lot of control to be used here. This is playing to maybe Calman's strengths as an off tank as well, and we'll see what they can do with it as they go for the initial engagement.
After Galaxy immediately going in the back line. The boat just keeping him in check. Gotta watch out for that hook. Manages to get out of there before Calman can land it. Good recognition and first blood drawn by Prototype R. There with the Sigma. Nitro's gonna take some high ground and the tanks doing a great job out of Kennesaw to start things off. Does eat the shield bash there. And Prototyper is gonna get hooked in from Calman. Northwood moving back onto the objective. Very patient in their approach here. That Discord is gonna make life very difficult. And no more tanks left on the battlefield for Kennesaw. Northwood Esports take control.
Well, as that tank lineup again coming in big right there as we just see some sort of dulcitory skirmishing at the tail end. One thing I want to point out about Calman's use of the Roadhog right there is the hook discipline. Really waiting to make sure that those hooks are landed, right? He doesn't want to keep the ability on cooldown too long. He wants to make it count, and he knows that there are priority targets that he should be aiming for in these fights.
And those tanks are certainly it. Hey, you know, you settle for wads if you can take it, if you can get it though. Soldier was the next victim. The Cowman and that big meaty hook. Back and forth. Kennesaw doing a good job of getting their trades. Good shot from Cam Sky to land the shots onto a tracer. Not an easy thing for Zenyatta to do. Moving on to the objective. Kaizen on this point. As still seasons rolling around here, stalling out for as long as possible, hoping reinforcements can show up.
Yeah, they've done a good job of kind of breaking it down. This tac visor here coming out from Wads at the tail end might have been a little bit unnecessary. They did already secure the point, but it also means that Wads can set up on this high ground position, and honestly giving Dynasty a bit of a run for their money right now on this Soldier 76, which is something that I don't think I necessarily would have expected when we started this.
Transcendence coming out, nothing available on the other side to counter with it. Northwood gonna get aggressive. Nice kite from Kennesaw, not giving some easy targets during that Transcendence, but now with mines at their back, Kennesaw have nowhere to retreat to. Wads finding that out the hard way. Coming in a bit of a tough spot down here. Looks like a 1v3 on this objective. This Kamen is looking for some room to work, but there it is, the backup. When you least expect it, Landon comes through with the orbs, bailing out their tank. Kalman's gonna pick up one as well. And this flip is going right back over. That ring is all blue. There it is. Finally, Northwood wrestle control.
It's interesting the way that they're playing off Cowman's Hog. Honestly, they're sort of using him as the fulcrum point of what it is otherwise a relatively disparate comp. You see Dynasty kind of kicking out on some angles, and you see Boat sort of all over the place. But Cowman is the centerpiece, right? Beautiful kill there on Cam Sky early on. Actually going to use the whole Hog here as well. More of a delaying tactic than anything else.
And if they can hold Kennesaw for another 10%, they will put this in one fight territory and only give them one last real engagement to try to take this point.
Dynasty just sitting on the Dragons, too, could really bring that out at any time. I think was just waiting for the right maneuver. It's a good Dragons, but Dynasty is completely annihilated on the reverse. Prototyper, unfortunately, can't get their Gravitic off, and the fight goes against Northwood right there.
And it was the Dragons.
So.
Yeah, Season's coming up with a 3-piece in that, and this map will go to Northwood. This is sub-map. But it was the Dragons came through, and despite not getting any kills, kind of denied the entirety of Kennesaw from being able to escape through that choke, and it even forced Prototyper to fall back with the Gravitic Flux. I don't think quite got the value they were hoping to off of that huge engagement ult that might have been the turning point. So nice Dragons from Dynasty, despite not really lighting up the kill feed.
No, exactly. It was the Dragons that was used for a purpose. I don't think that was necessarily to just, like you said, light up the kill feed, right? I think it's worth pointing out that I feel like a lot of Northwood's deaths Northwood is never sacrificing players without good reason, right? Most of the time that we see a Northwood player die, there's a good follow-up, there's a trade, there's movement back and forth. Whereas I feel like Kennesaw, mostly because of Cowman's Hog, have been caught out a couple of times and sort of lost players before they could really provide much of an impact. But both of the balls swinging in the movie theater there and immediately engaging, that was quite funny to watch from a distance, I must admit.
Oh, but there's Cowman again, lands that hook. Good DM for Prototype R, saves Wad's life, but with the Bionade, Kennesaw State have to respect that. Can't really pursue these kills while Northwood is going to kite back and throw down a ton of damage. Double snipers now on the battlefield for them. Dynasty and Boat, they're just happy to sit at a distance and plink away. Even Landon getting involved in that. I guess even triple snipers if you count the Ana. But look at this, a little bit of a clapback coming through. Prototype R very low, manages to hang on. Some great healing coming through from the back line as Northwood give up first control this time around, and now throughout this entire fight, it's Kennesaw State building up percentage.
Cowman sort of just getting the old runaround here, a little bit of the running of the bull, I guess, on the point. But interestingly enough, I feel like Watts has kind of had a number. Never mind, amplification matrix out. They got another ult in, and Cowman, he'll go to work. Finally catches his taunters right there.
It should be enough to flip this thing. Kennesaw is going to buy as much time as they can. But it's just a Pilot Diva left. Ball gonna touch. Nitro Galaxy going in to stall a little bit more. Got a lot of value off the adapting shielding, but reinforcements dropping left and right around Nitro Galaxy, and eventually they themselves are removed.
Poor Wads. I mean, he seems to be getting the better of Dynasty and certainly winning the ult charge battle against Boat, who we did see swap off of that Widowmaker over to the Soldier, but at the tail end there, just seems to basically kill Dynasty and then die, except for that one fight where Dynasty, I think, got him first. Good Sonic Arrow, by the way, to usher things in, but they're grouping themselves up in a tight space, and if Nitro doesn't get a ton of value out of this minefield, they might be in for a world of hurt.
Already a +2 to Kennesaw State. That's going to quickly go to a +3 advantage. Should be enough for them to take this thing back. A much stronger performance here on downtown from Kennesaw so far. They're going tit for tat. Nobody can seem to hold control.
Yeah, they're pushing back, and I think to a certain extent the nature of the map is helping them a little bit. It's just favoring that more sort of disparate compositional style. This is good pursuit here onto Boat, but he does manage to get the healing down. He's inadvertently started a whole fight here as a result of that.
Disgruntled moviegoers all around. Landed seeming to be the most of the pack. Able to get those kills in. Oh, with Cowman down. That anchor of this team that you've been talking about. Oh, and a nice stick from Kezin as well. Attackvisor trying to bring this thing back from Boat, but Wads having none of it. Able to get those Helix rockets out just in the nick of time. And Kennesaw State are going to walk away with a victory in this really important team fight.
It was a very important team fight because now you're pushing it towards one fight territory on a Koth map. Really, if you're on the side of Northwood, you want to try and force a fight almost immediately. No, not enough time now. Once you hit that 85% mark, you really are in one fight territory. So this is do or die time here for the folks from Northwood State. And they start off by basically wasting the amplification matrix.
I was thinking the same thing. Dimitro kind of just put that out in the middle of nowhere. I mean, even gaining that ground isn't all that advantageous. Kennesaw State just kite back and punish Seasons as they move in onto the objective. Now another minefield ready to go. The sweeper comes out from land and pops that Transcendence into the high ground. Overtime's burning down. I'm at a loss for words, Corbeck. I'm at a loss for words. Cowman, we're bragging about your experience, your veteran presence in the T2 scene, and just did not get on to the point. I don't know if it was just distraction or things just didn't go as planned with Seasons getting taken out too early, but can't help but feel that Northwood fumbled that one a bit.
Yeah, I mean, I have to agree with you. I'm assuming there was some sort of miscommunication about who was supposed to touch and when. And it just didn't go through. They just didn't get the touch they needed. But you can't be making mistakes like that when you're the #1 program in the country, right? Like, that's not something that should be happening. A lot of, I think, their struggles on that map, too, were a result of Cowman not getting as much value out of the Roadhog, right? If you're going to include the Roadhog in the comp, I think to a certain extent you live by the hog, you die by the hog. And there wasn't a lot of high-value hooks. The ults weren't particularly clicking either. And even as the sort of center point as the team, I don't think he was getting as much value. This is a much better Roadhog map, in my opinion, so we might see a better performance here.
And to further elaborate on that value, on Mecha Base, we saw a lot of good hooks onto the tanks. Now that one onto the Brig, that's an excellent start as well. Season's trying to go in, but down to about 20% health on the Wrecking Ball. But a +2 is enough of a lead. Northwood should be able to pull this out. Cowman has Nitro in their sights. Hook is online, ready to go. Chooses not to unleash it and just turn their attention up to the signal.
This is exactly what they need from Cowman. He's actually taking space. The hook threat is clearly playing into the way that Kennesaw State is approaching this, and they're trading out their kills, which is all very good. I mean, Dynasty goes down, but immediately they take Nitro Galaxy out of it, and there you go. Cowman's hooks are hooks with purpose, right? He's not just throwing them. He's not able to confirm the kill there, but certainly, you know, controlling the battle space.
Well, and that one, there just wasn't enough backup. Kennesaw State were the ones that had the backup, that had the focus fire, and Cowman got the brunt of it. Now Kennesaw State are driving out the Timberwolves, and they have flipped this thing right back over, only allowing 26% built up. Wads, it's a bit of a late attack visor there, my friend.
Yeah, it might have been a bit unnecessary. It's a bit of a misplay from, honestly, Wads has been performing quite well, I think, considering the caliber of opponents that he's having to face down. But that was a little bit of a misplay right there. Now, unfortunately, Cowman is also back on the point with support, and a rare missed hook right there as well, but the whole hog coming out almost immediately afterwards.
Oh no, Kennesaw just gave that point up for free! You can't just give that to Northwood. Now throughout this entire engagement, Northwood are the one gaining percentage when that should have been Kennesaw's percentage. It was theirs to take, and they just gave it away. Trying to bring it back now, a good gravitic flux, following up on the 2 previous kills, and it looks like they will emerge victorious. They could be sitting at 60, 70% right now.
They could be. It was just a matter of them kind of being off the backside of it, not wanting to push forward until they had their full strength in. And I can totally understand that. But yeah, they gave away points for free right there. It's not exactly a nail in their coffin by any extent, Bullskunk, but it's not something you want to do, right? You don't want to make a habit of it.
You win the fight, and the other team is still ahead in percentage. I mean, this is 2-1 as far as engagements favoring Kennesaw right now. Oh, nice shield to block that hook. And now Nitro Galaxy can go in with the mines. Does not have to worry about that cooldown, and Cowman gets focused. Nitro's going to circle back around. They're trying to squeeze the DPS here on this corner and just force Northwood to continually backpedal. Doing a good job in this fight. Great engagement from Kennesaw.
That was a really good fight from Kennesaw. Honestly, they just completely had Northwood's number on that one. The focus onto Cowman and then just picking off the targets one by one. It's a bit rough, and that's actually going to force Cowman off the hog, which I genuinely think is a wise decision. They're just not getting as much out of the hog as they really need to, and he's going to be in a better position now to contest Prototyper as well.
We see our 2 Sigmas going just head-to-head right out of the gate. But reinforcements show up for Northwood. Everybody getting involved in that one. Nice. Pulse bomb from Boat. High priority target there as well. And, well, clean fight going the other direction. Northwood back in control.
Honestly, I think that's genuinely just the difference that the Sigma made right there. Just being able to kind of force the issue, get the shield out, provide a little bit of coverage, and then the rest of the team just played around that. You know, Dynasty was more than happy to go ahead and get the pick off right there. Camsky dying early right here, too, is very unfortunate for Kennesaw State because that could easily push this up to that magical 85% mark for them. Still, you know, they're holding it together. I just noticed that. Well, never mind. I was going to say they haven't really been able to push past this, but it's not really salient. You're now in one fight territory.
It truly is. And that kill on a Camsky means they don't have this Transcendence ready. And Seasons has the mines in front of everybody. This is slowing progress even further for Kennesaw to get onto this point. Watch trying to open something up with this TAC visor, but there's just no targets to be had. Northwood doing a good job of just using their cover wisely and coming up with a 2 picks. Now an Amp Matrix up, double damage, and a 6v4 scenario for Northwood Esports. This should be the dub for them. It's theirs to lose. They're not dropping the spaghetti this time. Busan going in the way of your defending champions. Northwood, take map 1.
What a difference a tank change makes. Honestly, it was really the swap over to the Sigma there that I think unlocked a lot of the potential on that Northwood side, because suddenly they really could challenge Prototyper, who gets a, you know, well-deserved play of the game regardless, but they really could challenge Prototyper, who was making their lives quite difficult, I think, in the main. I mean, look at how much freedom he has, even in this clip that we're seeing right now. He's just sort of doing whatever he wants. The minute that they had that other Sigma from Cowman, the experienced veteran player, on the check down, he couldn't really get by with that anymore, and everything seemed to come up. The target focusing got better. You saw that particularly illustrated at the tail end right there when Prototyper got on point and then just got absolutely deleted. Just deleted.
I think that might have been part of the plan for Northwood, to be honest. It's like you got to figure out how to deal with the Roadhog first, and then you're spending time trying to adapt to this unusual look. Once they finally did adapt, and Prototype R was starting to shield up against those hooks, and wasn't getting punished like they were in the opening map of Mecha Base, where it looked like they kind of got caught off guard by that Roadhog, then Northwood is going to go ahead and swap things over to the Sigma. I think this is kind of a long game plan for them, so you're giving less and less time for the team to adapt to the compositions that are at the bottom of the stacks. Like, you have to deal with our early stuff first, and then we might start showing you some of our real looks.
Yeah, it's interesting too to see these guys go at it with kind of the Soldier 76 as a DPS choice as well. Obviously, Soldier brings some pretty good value, right, to a squad, and he fits in well in the more disparate comps because he has the ability to sprint, right, and move quickly across the battlefield. But I think we saw an excellent example of some of the problems that Soldier 76 had with Wad's ult there at the very tail end of that Busan drum map. just nothing. It's just not. It can be a very ineffective ult if you can't find a good angle for it, and there just aren't open targets. And that's kind of the trade-off that you have to make there with a character that fast. But I mean, I think on the tracer front, both of the tracers were putting in really good numbers. I think the DPS were relatively matched up okay. It really was the tank lines that were making the difference.
I agree 100%. And the tactical visor is so situational. And unfortunately, that was just not a situation where you're going to get a lot of value out of it. I mean, you do have the heals from the soldier when you're running Brig Zen. Brig can put out a surprising amount of healing, sometimes underrated in that regard, but still, it's nice to have that extra backup of the heal station coming out of the soldier. So I can understand the merit there, though not something we're seeing a whole lot in the meta right now. But the meta's kind of up in the air. We've had some changes come through since we've seen contenders play, since we've seen clearly Overwatch League play. And so we're not getting that top tier view of what is the premier composition. And I feel it has kind of shaken up, and our teams are a little more free to try out some different looks, like the Hog, like the Soldier.
It's a really good kind of point that you brought up there, which is the fact that we don't have those higher levels of play kind of means that guiding light of strategy is out a little bit, right? Like some of the sharpest minds in the game are just not, I mean, they are crafting strategies. Let's not lie to ourselves. We know that
we're just not privy to them,
but we're not privy to it, right? Which means that has a trickle down effect at every level of the game, where it's missing that nourishment, that ambrosia and nectar that would keep strategies going, which it's a little bit more Wild West out here. Everybody's got a little bit of different ideas they want to try, and in a way that's fun, right? You get this kind of protean chaos of trying a lot of different comps around some sort of central core concepts, but at the same point in time, it also means that some things just aren't going to work. Interesting that they've chosen to go with this setup, by the way, here in Northwood Esports. This is almost exactly what I was expecting them to run. You have Seasons, who's able to really move around and rotate and keeps the pressure on the ball. And then you get Dynasty on the comfort pick of the kind of hit scan Widowmaker, which can be so effective. And then you have Boat adding that extra motivational kind of, or I should say mobile damage element in here as well. It's a really solid defensive comp.
And even choosing to go with the Mercy. Like, you don't always see the Mercy with the Echo like you do with the Far. With the Far, it's a must. You pretty much have to have the Mercy attached. But you don't always see it with the Echo. And so with Mitra just pocketing Boat, there's a lot of damage potential that we've already seen on display early for this defense. Ooh, Season's in a lot of trouble. Trying to make it to Mega. Gets to the Mega with some nice shots from Landon to back him up. And that's Kennesaw State having to back out and regroup.
Yeah, they've really got to be careful, because the person who's the most vulnerable here, Kelman is now switched off of Battle Cow over to Reinhardt. Still very vulnerable, though, right? Because he's the most stable anchor point position in this entire composition, which means that the enemy team can focus him very well. But as long as your DPS and Seasons in particular can continue to just be super disruptive in the backline, they're never going to be able to really leverage any gain they have in the tank battle. Even if they do bring Kelman down, like they have, they just can't push forward.
I'm looking to Nitro Galaxy. This tank, once again, as we talked about at the top of the broadcast, and I'm sorry. That was a beautiful headshot out of Dynasty. That just completely interrupted my thought, and it just went pure wow. What a shot.
For free, basically, there in the middle. I mean, just for like standing in the middle of the road on Blizzard World, staring down Cam Sky. Poor Cam Sky can't. I mean, what can the Zenyatta really do, right? Maybe don't challenge those angles, but you got to come through the door. So, you don't have a choice. But that's exactly what I'm talking about. You see Boat up there in Flight to Duskwood just causing absolute havoc. If they can just continue to mount this kind of pressure, it doesn't matter how much pressure Calman is under, because they're just never going to be able to move.
Kennesaw State doing a little bit better rotation here, getting some high ground. Definitely need to be more conscious of keeping the support safer. Cam Sky does have that Transcendence ready to go, and it's going to be the rally to start things off as Kennesaw try to open this thing up, but they're running into a Transcendent, running into a Valkyrie as well as a duplicated Tracer on the other side. Hey, there's that Tac Visor coming in big. As Watts able to pick up two before going down, including the Ana. You take that. That is value out of that Tac Visor. Now, plenty of room for Northwood to contest, especially with that res coming through.
They can battle back on here if they really want to. They're just waiting for the regroup of the Nano.
Yep, on to Calman it goes. Calman trying to go in deep. Hammers down ISO, and Dynasty lands the shot on a Cam Sky once again. Great patience, and this is what makes Northwood so scary. They knew they had the time, and they executed perfectly on that retake.
Such a calm, confident regroup from them as well. There are so many teams where in a similar position, you'd just be absolutely panicking, you know, oh, start trickling in, everybody get on the point, oh my God, we're going to lose. No, not so for Northwood. They know exactly what they have in the bank. The call is made, they wait, they regroup, and they push in as a full stack, and that was all it took. Really, really well paid bounce back on the defense there.
They're putting a lot of pressure on Wads. Watch. Trying to pepper down Boat, at least keep them in check while Nitro Galaxy works on the other DPS. So +1 here to Kennesaw State as they push in, and now Camsky doesn't have to worry about the angles of Dynasty keeping clicking them in the dome. Prototype R onto the point as Wads picks up another. This is a +2 now. Cowman is just going to come in and buy as much time as they can. I think if you're Northwood, you're happy you get this down to overtime. The Dynasty does return into the fight and able to drop those sights, so they can see exactly what's going on as Kennesaw sets up for point B.
Yeah, there's a really good defense, right? You nearly lost it. You shaved some time off of it with a good regroup, and I don't think losing it probably is entirely surprising to them, and certainly they put up a very strong fight. The problem, though, is that the ult bank now is starting to weigh quite heavily, I would say, in favor of Kennesaw State, but, you know, there's also at least 2 more members of Northwood who are going to pull it online, so this is going to become a real battle of ult usage and how you choose to stage them with the bank that you have. The minefield, I think, oh no, the duplicate coming out from Boat already. I don't know that he's going to get a ton of value out of that, unfortunately, but it's a great shatter from Calman on the front line.
That was a heck of a 1-2 punch. Boat does just enough, Evan, and you sacrifice that ultimate to create the space to turn the heads, and Calman follows up beautifully. Still in there wreaking havoc on Kennesaw State's attacking forces.
You know, I think there's a good point to illustrate. I think one of the best parts of that was how fast that happened. Yes. You know, there was I was gonna throw, you know, I would want to throw it back to you for that because it's your thing, right? You're the play-by-play man, but it happened so quick that I think it caught me off guard. They just waited for, I think it was an overextension by either Boat or Nitro, or I'm sorry, but an overextension by, I think it was Nitro, and then they just had the opportunity. They went to town. It was really well played.
Yeah, man, does get themselves caught in a bit of a bad spot trying to over pursue a kill, and Kazan is going to make it back in this fight much quicker than that Reinhardt will. Wad's looking to punish Boat and does eventually get that kill, and a little nice follow-up on the Seasons as well. Kennesaw State, though, had 6 ults in the bank, and it didn't look like Northwood had much. Northwood has been able to balance out this economy nicely over these past 2 fights.
That's exactly what I was talking about, too, was going to be so critical, because it's one thing to have, you know, 6 ults and everybody press Q at once. It's another thing entirely to strategically use your Qs to advance the point, which is, I think, what Kennesaw State has done okay here, but Northwood has done a little bit better, and that's why we're finally seeing this point stagger out. It's a lot of space to give up, but it's not enough that you can't follow up. And look, that's the Nano Shatter coming in massive there, the Transcendence in an attempt to save.
Yeah, Camsky, nice patience, holds on to that one from the previous fight, and it saves them there. They're even able to punish Boat's duplicate, devalue that quite a bit. +1, +2 over to the defense of Northwood Esports right now. And just a great hold from them. It does cost them a couple ults, but they managed to stall this thing out enough, and Kennesaw State will have to settle for 99 meters on point B.
It's really good bend not break defense right from Northwood Bullskunk. Honestly, they were willing to give up a not insignificant chunk of territory for the guarantee of winning some of those fights, and that's kind of discipline that they showed us too on point number 1 when they came back in on a recontest when everything looked kind of like it was gonna not go their way, and that discipline is serving them very well, and perhaps a little bit illustrative of a kind of veteran team with some veteran players on it versus a relatively new team that, you know, still has some things to learn. And it's worth pointing out, obviously, that Kennesaw State, they gave a good fight, right? I don't want to take away from them, but Northwood, just with that kind of spine really showing up in those plays, was really the, you know, better team.
And in case you're just joining us, Kennesaw State brand new to NECC here in spring 2022, and actually took a map off of Northwood in the preseason. These two teams met each other in the preseason. Kennesaw State went 1-3 in that, but just to take a map off of Northwood tells me that you're going to be competitive, and I can see a lot of room to grow for Kennesaw State, and I'm looking forward to see how they progress through the rest of the season. I mean, we're only in week 1, and they're facing the toughest opponent in the entire league.
Yeah, that is a very valid point. I mean, they've shown some interesting potential here, I think, from a number of their players, Wads in particular, Kenzen as well. Both of the DPS have really stood out to me for their performances that they've been putting in. So that's something to definitely keep an eye on here as the season progresses.
Not a whole lot of changes compositionally. In fact, the only change is Dynasty going on to an Ashe here for Northwood's attack. Looks like Northwood trying the path around this right-hand side, sending Seasons up the left to cause a little bit of disruption into the back line, force out some cooldowns. Now a rotation, it's over to the left side as Northwood is going to pressure down and just start trying to force Kennesaw off this point. You see Kame continuing to push forward. Has a Discord, can't really get around this corner just yet, but they've already got 1 tick, coming up on 2.
I was trying to figure out who was contesting there, but it was Wads who came in over the top and just hopped on. Now they'll roll the ball in as well, basically trying what Northwood did to them. A brief but furious engagement there on the high ground, and Camsky now getting bullied. Camsky desperately needs help, and he will find it, and that'll force Seasons off. Unfortunately, the rest of the team dying there. Kennesaw State on their last legs to hold on to this.
Yeah, and Kennesaw State was hoping they could get some ultimates out of Northwood Esports. Apologies there for a little bit of a tech issue. Oh, a nice sleep on to Landon. That's not gonna end up well. Yep. Slideshow over to Camsky in the kill feed, courtesy of Landon. And they do get the nano boost out. I'm honestly kind of surprised that Northwood chose to invest this, but look at the amount of space they're gaining with it. Like, they are already past the box of victory.
The amount of time that they have in the time bank. If they want to throw a nano boost and try and go for like a blitzkrieg style win right here, they can afford it, certainly. But Wads cutting down Boat right there in the clone form, that's gonna do some good work to slow him down. Still, Northwood's had like you said, Bullskunk, Northwood has taken a ton of space off of the back of that.
A nice sleep onto Nitro and an anti as well. Ooh, all right, cool little shatter going up the stairwell. Caught Prototype R completely off guard. Finishing off the Sigma, but they can't deny the res. Nitro does go down in the meantime, and Wads is going to unleash a stack visor from the high ground, trying to shoot at point. But there's nobody to be there. Northwood have completely evacuated the scenario, and Boat landed some nice headshots with that tri-shot primary fire. Prototype's going to respond with a gravitic flux. Use whatever they can. They've got to stop Northwood here and now. They might have just succeeded.
Yeah, they're doing a great work here. Camsky dueling it out on the top floor. Just needs to stay alive, basically. You couldn't ask much more from your Zenyatta in that situation. Inadvertently knocked back towards his team, which will just allow him to, regroup and buddy up and honestly go reposition himself on the high ground, though. That vulnerable position that I think has been shown there, Bullskunk, could come back to haunt them. I don't think either Seasons or Calman, or really Boat even, are going to forget that Camsky is just sort of a loner up on the high ground unless he gets some serious backup.
Yep, you can see Boat targeting Camsky immediately right out of the gate. I mean, this experienced team probably know that the Transcendence is online, but they also know they can't do a whole lot without Ana Heals to back them up. Seasons learning the hard way. He's kind of just stuck in the Hall of Fame over here. It's going to be a reset for the attack in Northwood.
Has to be. You can't lose the D.Va kind of early on like that, all in their lonesome, and not kind of force the reset. They've done a good job, too, of putting bodies on Camsky, but the Transcendence comes out here? That's an odd choice.
Well, it was a nano-boosted Boat, I believe, who had duplicated the soldier that prompted that out. It somewhat works. Oh, nice shot from Landon. Trying to get some heals onto Calman. No! The Reinhardt cannot get into the LOS of Landon in time, and the front line has been down, taking that Earthshatter with them back to the objective, or back to the spawn room, rather. Wads unleashing attack visor from the high ground, looking for anything. Finds the Mercy. You take that. Boat finding some revenge for their fallen soldier, but this is looking like Northwood having to reset again, unless Boat just wants to hard carry this thing. No, Kaz is going to see that they don't. Another great sleep from Landon. Been doing those all day long. Kamen unleashes the solo shatter, and Northwood are just trying to win this battle of attrition on the back of the point with the box of victory in their sights.
They really are pushing forward here, and Kenzen, bless him, he's trying his best to keep him out. Gravitic Flux coming in there as well. I don't think it caught the Reinhardt in it. They pushed him inside there into the snack bar for a brief second, but no kills coming down the pipe just yet. There it is. Season's down, boat down, and those are both big breaks, but they nearly lose it on the back end. Good stick from Kenzen, though, to just shut Cowman down and bring an end to this push, even with the Bob added into the mix. They do throw the nano boost, the raid boss Brig, but let's be honest, Wolfgang, that's a desperation play right there at the tail end. Good sleep though.
Yeah, a little undisciplined, I'm afraid, from landing on the nano or whatever the call was. Maybe it wasn't even landing that made that call.
That's a good word for what's happening here. Undisciplined is something I wanted to mention at a later date as well.
Yeah, we have to remember that one because it's definitely something we're going to circle back around to. I also want to point out that I'm really impressed with Kenzen right now. I know we just, as soon as I say that, they die and they're in the feed, and a Transcendence is forced out in a desperate situation to try to hold on to this objective for Northwood, but it has been Kenzen that has whittled down what was a monstrous time bank entering point B. Prototype R gets finished off, and Northwood do indeed take one step closer to winning their opening match here in spring 2022. Not an entirely unexpected result, but certainly some great things from Kennesaw State to be proud of.
Yeah, I was just going to say, Kennesaw State really battling, and you highlighted Kenzen, who I think has been the one of the standout players for this team. Unfortunately, does die on the feed right there as we say it, but, keep in mind the players that he's playing against are very, very good. So it's pretty impressive that he's been able to do what he did. I mean, really the only thing that stopped that from losing that a minute earlier or whatever it was Kenzen getting in there and getting involved. So something to watch for sure. But I'll be honest with you, Northwood looked a little weird there on that second point. Undisciplined was the word that you used, and I think that was characteristic of almost the entirety of the attack, which was strange because we went from sort of praising them for a very disciplined defense, and it was nothing but that, to this attack where they had almost a 5-minute time bank, and it was just kind of like, go see what happens. Like, just start throwing ults out there, we'll win eventually, which is maybe the prerogative of an overconfident team, but still an interesting little dichotomy there.
An interesting approach indeed. We'll see if they choose to rein things in after this short break. We'll be back with map 3 and the conclusion of this match. We'll see you in a minute. Well, despite a little bit of sloppiness on Northwood's attack on map 2, they end up taking it and put themselves on match point here in our opening week of Spring 22 for NECC Collegiate Overwatch. My name's Jeff here, back with Corbeck as we head into map number 3, a fixed map pool this season. It's going to be Dorado all night long. It could be one and done here. This could be the final map of this opening match that we're casting.
It very well could be Bullskunk. To be honest, it would not surprise me at all if Kennesaw State were able to take a match off of Northwood. But I don't know that it would necessarily be because of any particularly, what's the right word I'm looking for here? I don't know if it would be any heroic effort on the side of Kennesaw, but more maybe mistakes on the side of Northwood. I'll be honest, that second attack on Blizzard World has had me kind of a little bit like looking at it askance, because when you get to a high enough level of play, right, in any esport, and you're playing maps that everybody's played a ton of times, you're using characters that everybody's played a ton of times, one of the key differences that goes into a match is psychological, right? And overconfidence is a killer. I mean, it really is. It's the thing that leads you into making mistakes and doing things that you wouldn't normally do. I mean, I don't even want to know how many teams have been uprooted by the idea of, hey, what if we tried this? Because we're already winning. And then suddenly you're, down and you can't battle it back. Whether or not that happens in Northwood, I don't know. They are, a disciplined squad. They're a very strong squad, but they do need to be a little bit careful of that. And if you're on the side of Kennesaw State, I think they really need to work to identify targets and just focus them down. I think it's the thing that would help them the most out of pretty much any change that they could realistically make over the course of this map.
Well, Dynasty coming out on the Torbjorn might make life a little bit difficult for Kezen. And Kezen no longer has the Wrecking Ball to kind of work alongside. But a good showing on Blizzard World, and Nitro Galaxy comes up with first pick, able to halt Boat into submission. See if this defense can end up holding a great high ground position, and not a whole lot, especially with Cowman out of the fight, that can get up there to counter it.
I think this is gotta be experimental, right? What they're running right now. Good defensive pairing, by the way, with the two supports. I appreciate what the Ymitra's doing here for Landon, but they both do die in the end. And now you're pushing without your supports. That's a full regroup.
And Boat is going to go ahead and swap over to the Tracer. The only, okay, Season's making a swap onto the D.Va as well to help challenge that high ground. Those are the only two mirrored heroes, being played from our two teams. Dynasty falls once again on this Torbjorn. I'm not quite sure getting the value that they're looking for, although Boat's just going to head into the back. Kind of chop Kennesaw off at the knees, using an amp makes to try to pull themselves back. Doesn't appear to be enough as Camsky gets headshotted down, and Kennesaw State are back in spawn.
That's just really good individual performance right there. I mean, obviously the whole team is involved, but Boat in particular, slipping the net, getting in behind, is just a constant source of damage, right? Just constantly pumping down damage. Dynasty swapping over as well, over to the Echo. I think this is a really good call. There's not a particularly good hard counter for it right now on the side of Kennesaw State, and it's occupying the attention of WADS, and you're seeing it kind of in action here. Look at how much it spread this composition out.
Oh, and it's an early advantage. Oh, Boat's going to land the stick as well. ISO, special delivery, goes boom. And Kennesaw State, despite having a pretty significant ult advantage in that fight, they still succumb to the aggression from Northwood Esports.
It's divide and conquer, though, is really what it is here, and Northwood is doing a really good job of it. They have split that. If you're gonna run the Orisa like that, right, which is a valuable kind of tank in a lot of situations, as we basically just see cleanup here from Northwood Esports. I mean, it's kind of turning into another fight, but these are just running engagements. This is like an ongoing skirmish where they're just continuously pushing Kennesaw State back. That's just brutal. Cowman all the way up to the door. Will die for it, though. Maybe a bit of a turnaround mustering here.
Maybe, but Northwood are able to get the supercharger out. Oh, and a reback kill onto Nitro. That's disastrous. I was saying Kennesaw don't look like they're really claiming a whole lot of space on the back of this. Northwood still have point presence, as you see Boat getting the better end of Kezen in that little duel, and the cart continues to roll forward.
And it will just continue to roll forward here. And again, divide and conquer. Look at how split up Kennesaw State is right now. They finally start to unify around Cam Sky, but they're just getting hammered from all directions. Wads popping this ult, trying to keep the dream alive right here. Needs to get the bomb. I mean, it's imperative that he pulls it out. Well, there it is.
If it's not close enough to the point to really do any zoning, to really reclaim any space. And feel like Northwood are in control. Maybe that kill onto the brink can do it. Landon Hills, not a whole lot with just a Zenyatta on the battlefield. Northwood need to get some frags quickly if they want to finish off this point B. Only 3.79 meters to go, and it's Kezin lighting up the feed. Coming up with a very important pair of kills. Once again, impressing me with this Tracer.
And if I want to just, add to my thesis here of a lot of these losses are coming from Kennesaw State getting split up. Right there, when they were forced into a position, both Kennesaw State and Northwood were forced into a position where they had to play tighter. Look at who won. So a critical part of what's been happening is that Northwood has just been peeling off various members of Kennesaw State and taking them out. If they can't do that as easily, I think Kennesaw State can hold on to this, but you can't avoid that for 2 minutes, let's be honest.
Boat opting out of the Tracer duel, decides to go over to the Cole Cassidy. Meanwhile, Cowman on point, just buying a little bit of space. And then here comes the pressure as Northwood's looking to surround this high ground position. Cut off at the pass. It doesn't look like Seasons is going to make it up there. Kezin doing a good job of protecting that flank so far. And is even going to run off Cowman in the process. A good defense. Looks like it's holding here from Kennesaw State. Northwood Esports just kind of scrambling.
Yeah, they're not letting anyone too far outside the roost here on Kennesaw as well, which I think is really standing to their stead, but the immediate re-engage here from Dynasty.
An important adaptation, sticking together a lot better like you're talking about. Wad's going to answer back with a duplicate of their own. Dynasty will have the self-destruct and is able to get this one up in the air. It's going to clear the mines from the other duplicate. Even takes Wads out of that form. Now Wads in a lot of trouble up top. And eventually finished off by the focusing beam. Self-destruct from Prototype R is by a space of momentary advantage, just enough to get Cam Sky's Ant Matrix out, which will get a kill onto Cowman. And Kennesaw State hanging on by the skin of their teeth.
Ooh, that could be a big bomb, though, over the top. Oh, very lucky there. It did cost him, though, the shield, which is something that they might miss here. Prototype R getting absolutely lit up. Dynasty now dropping in. A lot of uncontested damage. Oh, and Dynasty, he just goes off. A huge triple kill. And Wad's the last one left alive, will be gunned down, and they will break through to point 3.
I was worried that the self-destruct from Seasons was a bit early. Typically you want to push in on the back of that and eliminate the people who are hiding when you're stuck in a corner. But hey, when Dynasty pops off like that, it doesn't matter really what else you do. Dynasty is there to get the 3K and push it home.
Oh, very true indeed. And he's hungry. You can tell he wants a little bit more, pushing up and getting really aggressive here. And such a threat. What are they going to be able to do about this? They have to do something.
It already has another duplicate online. Once again, going for the Diva. A wise choice indeed. A lot of health. Self-destruct. Trying to finish off the baby Diva. Oh, gets taken out of dupe form by a remech. Immediately gets it back and now has its self-destruct ready to go. Oh no, caught in a corner. This is getting nasty for Kennesaw. Northwood smell blood in the water, and they're pushing it all the way back. What a great kill. Once again, is Hubris gonna get the best of them? Nitro Galaxy with a good halt kill with that supercharger out. Kennesaw State are in a good place to hold this. Less than a minute to go.
ISO getting absolutely beat up here, but that kill feed is just blue, and a very, very good effort there by Kennesaw State, digging in the heels and pushing back into this, kind of playing into the overcommit a little bit there as well to a great effect, and Dynasty gets ambushed. He gets absolutely bushwhacked coming in there. That was brilliant.
And the pulse bomb lands. Kezin throws that right at the ground, perfectly placed. Isn't trying to get greedy with the stick, seeing the Diva there. Kezin has been absolutely impressive, has been on fire all day. Look at this. You gonna get the one clip onto Landon? Oh, nearly so, but knows when to retreat in time. And now, with the seconds dwindling, it's Northwood who are struggling to get a full 6 to attack here with. Kezin going in back on that backline once again. Ymitra's gotta fall back, gotta peel, and keep Kezin off of that Zenyatta. Landon needs to get this Transcendence up if they want to win this overtime fight.
They throw out the amplification matrix here on the top deck, and I just don't know about that. Both of their supports are down now, and Wads is trying to turn this around with the high noon, but I don't think it's going to be enough. The kill feed starting to move increasingly in favor of Northwood here. Kenzen desperately fighting it out, the lone warrior. It's been the same story for a lot of this map. Landon now pushing forward. They're just going to bully Brigida back into the corner, but you know what, Bullskunk? They pushed him to overtime, and I think that is a very impressive achievement indeed, all things considered.
I agree 100%. The newcomers showing up big. I mean, they are here to play and are going to be competitive. It doesn't matter who they are facing. Kennesaw look like they're making their mark in week 1 of our spring 22 season. Kezen. Can't say their name enough. It's been a wonderful showing. And, I mean, hey, Northwood, 0 time on the clock. We'll see if their defense hold here from the defense will win them the series. Otherwise, it's extra innings and a little bit more Dorado for everybody.
Worth pointing out, too, that Kezen is a freshman, so still quite young. Talent to be tapped right there, so we'll see how he progresses over the course of the season, but it's been a very impressive early performance there from the young DPS player. Northwood, obviously, I mean, they get the better of it in the end, and I think it's just there was a combination of factors there that really attributed that. One of it was just the individual heads up play of kind of Dynasty finding ISO early on, and then you saw them killing, the other support very early on in that fight as well, and once they broke that support line, there wasn't a lot that the rest of Kennesaw State could really do but sort of fall back. It's been an interesting match for Kennesaw. They've had a lot of the right ideas, just maybe a little bit of poor ult execution at times has been on the back foot, and then I genuinely think that the tank battle is just almost wholly going in favor of Northwood Esports right here, and it's kind of hard to battle back against that.
Seasons in Cowman are just so good.
Yeah.
I mean, nothing against Nitro Galaxy and Prototype R. You're looking at just a veteran squad leading the charge for Northwood. It's Kezen actually taking Seasons out of mech and out of the fight entirely. Now trying to turn their attention on to Cowman, who's causing some problems there. But the defense just circling. It's like every rooftop there's somebody from Northwood up there waiting. Dangerous. Boat going in for a hammer kill. All right. Hubris got the best of you on that one, Boat.
Yeah. Okay, man. Like you might be on the cusp of winning this one 3-0, but I don't know if we're quite in hammer time yet. Like you did get held to overtime by the newest team in the NECC. Like chill just a bit as Juan's gets taken down there at the tail end.
Hey, I like to see our players having fun. Boat clearly having a good time. Agreed. Not necessarily disciplined. To keep circling back to that, but Northwood are holding. They are occupying so much of this high ground. Kennesaw State struggling to find any opening. Ooh. That was dirty.
God.
Cam Sky not to be trifled with right now.
There's a lot of pent-up support frustration in that one. I'll be honest. Just blasted him around the corner like that. That was savage.
Well done. Well done. Yamicha is out of this fight as well. So Kennesaw State are pressing the issue, pushing all the way up, and Seasons falls once again to the Pulse Pistols of Kezen.
This is an angry Kennesaw. They're fighting. They're fighting fit on this one, and they're really not giving Northwood any time to sort of regroup here, which is I think one of the key reasons why they're able to push so far. They can't get caught into a distraction from Cowman to let the rest of the Northwood team come in. That would be the worst thing possible.
All right, 3 ults out from Kennesaw. They've got to find value on these right here, right now. And Kezen goes down. Now the Transcendence is invested as well, spending a lot to try to get the back of point A. But Northwood don't seem to be judging. Now, I may have spoken it slightly too soon, but only 1 casualty from the defense of Northwood Esports. And Kennesaw State are going back to the drawing board.
Yikes, Prototype R, no, you don't want to lose the mech there. Yeah, try and get off the edge of the map. That's the wise thing to do. Nitro dies. That's unfortunate, actually, because they probably would have been better if he had just got back through the door so they could reset a little bit faster, but I guess you're waiting for Prototype R anyway, so get your tank line back up. Good lightning attack right there from Kennesaw, but again, that bend don't break defense from Northwood. They gave him a ton of room, just enough rope to hang themselves really at the end of the day, because they were able to push back in on the back of Cowman's ball player right there and drive him right back off the point.
And that could have quite potentially been the best opportunity for Kennesaw State. Now they're going to have to win this in the neutral, relying on their DPS and Kezin to step up once more, especially since Watts is out of the fight. Self-destruct going over to the back. Hey, that finds Mitra. Well placed self-destruct from Prototype R. Now it's Dynasty in a world of trouble. Nitro's going to get the finish there. So the neutral, good for Kennesaw. And they're pushing this thing right on in. I was looking to see if we're going to get any kind of contest. I don't see it coming. Cowman shows up at just the last possible second, but they've got the point.
They tried to repeat the same trick they did last time when they were in that sort of danger zone and get Cowman down in there. Transcendence usage? Not really sure about that. Not sure about burying Boat and Landon behind enemy lines either, unless you can really capitalize this. And no, that's just some weird positioning right there that they're trying to take this fight at the spawn door and slow him down. But look at the card, Bullskunk. It's just ticking forward.
Yeah, Northwood Esports are having a little fun here, we'll say. They're definitely playing unconventional. They're not playing to their highest level at the moment. I think that is safe to say when you see Boat just down way in the back line with a Torbjorn and trying to get hammer kills. But Kennesaw State, I feel like they're just getting angry at this. That was the perfect word for it. And maybe they will just take yet a map once again off of Northwood Esports if they keep this up. It's Molten Core out in the back. Prototype R does, unfortunately for Kennesaw, fall to that. But the cart continues to find progress, is turning the second to last corner, is sitting in front of Bank right now. And we're looking at one fight win for Kennesaw to push this thing all the way into the power plant.
Yeah, they could pretty easily do it, honestly, if they wanted to. Kezin right now dueling with Ymitria will actually just get the win right there. Camsky does go down, but Nitro dropping that minefield. It's just Kezin on the point. He throws the sticky. He gets Bolt. He might get the Zenyatta as well.
Does good to have friends. Nitro Galaxy got the final blow, but Kezin did a lot of damage on Landon. And that was the fight when they needed. Might be time. This is really close to call. Depends on the defense. Yeah, the defense is going to try to contest here.
Yeah, they'll come sailing in over the top. You saw Cowman drop on, but Kezin already securing a kill onto Dynasty, slowing the roll just a little bit. Ymitria does have the rally out right now, which is good. The two supports being kept thoroughly alive by that. 45 seconds on the clock as Kezin goes in for the hunt, but that's a difficult duo to hunt down if you're a lone Tracer. Still a good DMAC right there coming in as the feed, unfortunately, goes a little sideways.
Particularly against armor. Like, Tracer just does half damage when you got those big yellow bars up, courtesy of Ymitra's rally. Those were on Landon as well. So nice discipline from Kezin to actually recognize that, back out of that fight. Looks like we had a couple of trades coming through. And as we pop back in, it's Kennesaw State leading the charge, picking up the point, and have a little bit of time to work with.
Yeah, they do have some time to work with, and now they're sectioning off Boat as well and going to just try and finish him. He actually tries to drop down to the big health pack right there, but they jokes on him. Good little bit of heads up play actually to dive on that and take it already from the Diva, so something to give him credit for right there as they begin to push their way in. Kezin taking the lead.
Pulse Bomb in hand has been fantastic with him. Takes down Dynasty once again, just not letting Dynasty play the game. Was admittedly kind of away from the rest of the pack, with Northwood's tanks pushed oh so far forward, trying to loop around behind, see if they can get a little bit of a squeeze play, or just run out of the power plant entirely and throw down Molten Core. You can do that too, Northwood. Landon's gets their Transcendence forced out because of this awkwardness.
I feel like Dynasty maybe is starting to take this a little bit more seriously. Has gone over to the McCree, which is a very solid choice, I think, all things considered, and already having a massive impact right here. Wads, by the way, has swapped over to the Soldier, and they're just trying to engage them kind of early out. They're going for that separation strategy again, as Dynasty just absolutely bodies Kezin right there, which is exactly what they need. If you're going to shut down anyone, Kezin and ISO are very high priority targets, and hey, add Camsky as well.
And this, we were talking about Northwood being a little experimental earlier, and I wonder if that's what they're going for here. I mean, because you're wasting a lot of time. We're down to 10 seconds on the clock with just how spread out Northwood is playing. There's threats from the absolute moment you walk out of the spawn door. Kennesaw State are dealing with threats from all angles of all types. You never quite know what to look out for. Northwood are becoming wise of the push on the objective. Self-destruct just way into the skybox with a Transcendence unleashed from Cam Sky. Watt swapping over to a Bastion, trying to make it back to this point for this last overtime push. Last hope for Kennesaw here in this game. It's a Nano Dynasty that picks up 2. Kezin might have been able to get that kill if not from the Nano boost from Landon. And Northwood hang on with an unconventional method to take the first week here in NECC Collegiate.
Solid aggression there from Northwood at the end. I mean, I totally saw what they were going for and putting the pressure down like that. By the way, I love that floating cup there in the Brigida intro. I have no idea what that was about. If you saw it, you know what I'm talking about. ISO here getting the play of the game. I mean, look at the healing and the armor and everything else. That's great. But you know, a really, really solid performance, I think, across the board from Kennesaw State. It's one of those 3-0s where I don't think it's very reflective of how those matches actually went. And they battled really hard against a really strong team. And I think there's a lot that they can take away from that. For Northwood, I mean, it was sort of a stereotypical confident Overwatch team performance, right? That knows it's in a power position. You start running around with some crazy stuff. You see how far you can push them back towards their spawn door, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And there's, you know, for them, it's just another Tuesday. Keep pushing forward, right? Look forward to the next match and see who you beat next.
But I mean, Kennesaw State, good showing from them. Nevertheless, and I'm excited to see what this team does as they progress through this spring 22 season. But alas, at the end of the day, close as it may have been, it's still a 3-0 victory over to Northwood. And, well, that concludes our third match of the night. I always love Legends Division. It's just such a joy to watch. But, hey, we are moving on. We're going to take a short little intermission. When we return, we're headed to the Challengers Division. We're going to have Valpo Shield taking on Western Colorado University when we return. More NECC. Welcome back, friends, to NECC Collegiate Overwatch. We're here in week 1 of our Spring 22 season and our final match of the night. Jeff, Ed, Corbett coming back at you. And coming up, we're headed to the Challengers Division. We've got Valpo Shield taking on Western Colorado University.
Yeah, it's an interesting matchup here. Obviously, it's still early days in season, so there's not a ton that we can judge, right, in terms of these teams. But we know, at least on the side of Valpo Shield, they have brought in a new main tank. Wistful has stepped up. I think a couple of members have also shifted off WCU Crimson as well. But on the Valpo side, they brought in Wistful. He's a sophomore, a younger tank. Going to be interesting to see how it slots in, because honestly, every time you bring in a new tank player, that requires a lot of teamwork, right, to build up around what is essentially the rock of the team.
Yes, sir. And I'm anxious to see, is this the one that kind of pushes them over the edge? Valpo Shield had a pretty good record in fall at 6-2. But on the other side, WCU Crimson were 3-5 in fall, looking to make some improvements. And they've promoted John Flo, who is not starting, it doesn't look like today, but have made a few changes of their own. But it looks like the starting 6 is pretty much the same. You do have Mr. Mango there at the bottom, who has been kind of promoted from their Navigators team last second to fill in this slot. So we'll see if that can be the difference maker, or perhaps even a point of contention for them, having pull up from their JV team.
Slightly older lineup too, Bullskunk, which I think does help to a certain extent, right? You would expect a little bit more discipline from a team that's primarily seniors and juniors. But let's talk about maps really quick. It's the same pool as you might have seen in our other matches today, being that this is sort of the tail end, Charlie, of our matches here on NECC. We're going to start off on the control map of Busan. Always an interesting one. Those stages very diverse. And then we'll make our way over to the hybrid map of Blizzard World, a little bit of out there pick in a lot of ways. Our third map is obviously the Escort of Dorado, and then assuming that we need to go farther, which I haven't so far seen today, we'll head over to Hollywood, Nepal, and Route 66 as the potential tiebreaker.
Yep, fixed map pool this season. So if you're familiar with our fall season, it was loser pick before, but we've gone to more of a fixed rotation, so we can get more maps in. Everybody can get a chance to play the variety of the 20 maps, I believe, that are available for, well, no, take those straight out. So 17 maps, since there is no assault in spring as well. Another big change coming into the spring 22 season from fall. But let's zoom in a little bit, talking about Busan, and certainly a very diverse set of sub-maps available in Busan, which leads to diverse compositions.
It does lead to diverse compositions, and really each of these sites demand something a little bit different. You think of this town center that we're seeing right now, a lot more open space, a lot more room for maneuverability, and a couple of high grounds that you can take advantage of, which favors kind of more, widespread ball-oriented compositions. But you go over to this map, which is Mecha Base itself, and it favors a bit of a brawl. There are some tight corridors and some tight spaces, and engagements can get real close real fast. And at least one of our teams here is showing us something akin to that. Valpo Shield here picking up a Rhine Hog as their front line. That's quite interesting. Meanwhile, on the other side, though, staying with that more disparate composition, you've got Wistful coming in on the Winston, and then, oh, I'm sorry, apparently these teams are backwards. I didn't pick up on it, but Valpo Shield coming in with Wistful on the Winston and Sea Dog there on the Hammond, and then, a more kind of diverse comp to engage here.
A quick note before we get into this, you may see the Ana player there from Valpo Shield. That is Ball Z, is what we're going to be calling him here. So if you hear us talk about Ball Z, it is that Ana player with the Chinese characters is their name correct. Reinhardt composition claiming a lot of space right out of the gate. Good hook onto the Winston, but not able to finish them off. The heals coming out of Ball Z on point and working to build up that early nano, eventually taken down, but Valpo Shield striking right back as they managed to trade 4 for 2 in this opening fight.
A very kind of brutal starting engagement there, but Valpo Shield coming up the better of it. Obviously, because they have the mobility-based heroes here really in the form of that starting 3 you see, Wistful, Sea Dog, and Famputi, they can kind of choose the tenor of these engagements. You'll have to, see a little bit slower pace coming out from WCU Crimson, and that means that they're not really cautious in protecting their supports and protecting someone like Zero. They're just going to get overwhelmed here, so that's something they really have to keep in mind.
Trying to use that immortality field to protect him at the moment, but the cooldown's out early. Sea Dog Let's face the brunt of a pair of Parafala shotguns. A little warning. Oh, but Loose Goose cannot be denied or cannot be protected from the Jedi coming out on the other side. 1-for-1 trades, and it's Valpo Shield going in deep, using a Primal Rage and a Nano Boost to boot to help solidify their second victory on Mecha Base.
Well, I mean, first of all, you never want to see. Yeah, it was a really good primal, but you don't really want to see the nano boosted primal, right? That's usually considered a bit poor form. But I don't know if they needed to use either of those ults really there at the tail end. But it was, it was obviously decisive in ending the engagement. But you have put yourself down significantly in terms of the ult bank here.
Oh, and Famputi gets taken out early. Blade in the pocket. Hog keeping everybody at bay while Wistful is taken care of, and WCU Crimson strike back as they emerge with the ferocity out of that choke, and now are storming onto the point.
Good play there from Nona, by the way, to play around that amplification matrix so well. And in general, WCU Crimson come out of that smelling like roses because they managed to maintain 3 of their ults in their ult bank, which is a decisive number if used correctly.
Oh, Famputi manages to get 1 before getting stunned. Immortality Field is now gone, and Zero faces the sharp end of that katana. Now Loose Goose in a bunch of trouble, eats some headshots, and that's a triple kill for Famputi.
Was perhaps not the decisive ults that I was looking for right there, but certainly Famputi will be more than happy to take that one to the bank and add that to his highlight reel. Snuck in the backside, again, that mobility coming in so clutch here for Valpo Shield, and just went to work. You have 4 ults on the board. If you're WCU Crimson, you have to get value out of them. This is your last chance.
Oh, and it's a big bio nade. That's going to slow him down. The Shatter doesn't really connect, and Wistful already has another Primal online. Going in deep. Managed to get 4 with the first one, but gets pinned out of the second one. No real value coming from Wistful and that big ultimate. Up to the DPS to carry this home. Dirty Wolf lands a beautiful headshot. Nobody can touch the point. Valpo Shield take a decisive 128 victory on Mecha Base.
I don't want to be super harsh, because that's, that's not what we're about here at the NECC, but it's worth pointing out the WCU Crimson finished with 3 ults in the bank, unused, which is, when you're in last fight territory, you're trying to get into that choke point. That's just criminal, right? Like, I don't think it really matters if you're not even going to get anything. Death Blossom, right? Like, you're not thinking you're going to get anything, and just throw the nano in there. You never know. When you're in those dire straits, Wolfskunk, what are you going to do? Like, you gotta throw whatever you can at the wall and make sure that it sticks and try and battle your way out. So a bit of a misplay there from Crimson, but hopefully something they can learn from as we come in with 2 compositions based around Orisa. One with the double shield, more poke oriented there, and on the other side, the pulled pork, which we still tend to see every once in a while.
I mean, that is a classic throwback. I also love that name. It's got a few names, but Pulled Pork is just one of the best composition nicknames that we have in all of Overwatch. Oh, and there it is, showing up. Z-Dog does get a good chunk of healing, not finished off by Nano's key hook. Ooh, big rock. Okay, I thought that interrupted the take a breather for a moment, but no, we see those health bars go right back up, and we see WCU claiming first control. Still a fight about to break out here, but WCU will do good to just build percentage while this fight is taking place, and a good kill onto this a little bit.
Yeah, they kind of lose a key part of their composition because you're really relying on that Sigma to be sort of the aggressor here. The problem is, though, this allows this pulled pork composition to really dig in. Unfortunately, Famputi getting caught there kind of in this sort of open poke phase is just going to slow this down as well, because you're not going to want to re-engage without the Hanzo and his ult in play, so they're going to have to wait for him to get back into the mix before they start to push forward.
But they will have Coalescence and Nano Boost to work with. Great engagement ultimates. It is the Dragons Unleashed to start things off. A little bit of Divide and Conquer coming through. Sound Barrier, Whole Hog, Ant Matrix all unleashed from the defense. And don't get a whole lot out of it. It's back and forth trades as the support ults are thrown in. But Valpo Shield are missing their tanks. I'm going to make life a little bit difficult if they can't clean this up quickly. No, that's back to spawn they go. 54% on the board to the other side.
Good play right there. I just want to highlight Nona with the heads up push onto the Moira who was coalescing right there. As someone who played a lot of Moira and once got seriously embarrassed getting hooked out of coalescence during a tryout way back in the old console gaming league days when I was like a gold, that's such a threat for a Moira player, and it totally handicapped the tail end of that coalescence. So really good heads up play there from the off tank, doing exactly what you need.
Now Supercharger out for WCU Crimson, which is going to help build up the rest of their ultimates, but the Lucio goes down, and Valpo's shield are able to get a little room to work. They've managed to claim the drum area, big Bionade on a Nano, then they can't heal, and finally Valpo's shield move in. With these Orisa compositions, much easier to hold the objective than to take it.
Oh, 100%, right? Because we think about Orisa certainly capable of kind of moving forward, almost Phalanx style, but much more of an immobile defender, you know, rather constrained to the nature of their shield. Also, you got to be really careful right there because you're threading the needle. Look at those Hanzo arrows just shooting down. And they're going to have to choose a direction here and really stick with it. A little bit of hesitation on WCU Crimson. This is easy. Just win one fight. That's all you have to do. You have the ult advantage. This should be well within your capability. Just be confident and take an engagement that you can win.
They're going to go directly into Drum with the whole hog. It's going to be the nano boost from C-Dog, keep them alive, and a great kinetic grasp. That put Wistful up to 900 total health. Now the sound barrier out from WCU to try to push in. Dirty Wolf has looped all the way around behind him, swapping over to the Soldier 76 and picked up one. Another great Bionade as Baldy continues to land these in, and Nono is under some pressure. Does manage to back up, but forced all the way back, and Valpo's shield building up percentage the entire time.
Yeah, it's unfortunate because now Valpo's shield is rising up to the top of the old game. And you'll see this Wistful is just going to push forward right here and try and collect a few more kills. Good call for the aggression right there. But I don't know if I would have used the beatdown bongo, the damage amplifier, whatever you want to call it, right at the start of that. I would have held on to it for just a little bit longer because you could have stacked it with some of the other things you have on deck. That's perfectly okay. You're holding them up tight and close, but you can't lose this fight.
Oh, this could be nasty. They're going to get slammed down into it. Immortality Field is gone. And Mejar Xion falls under the weight of all. Look at all those assists in there. Discord, Gravitic Flux, the Halt, the Dragons. Teamwork from Valpo Shield.
That's teamwork. Everybody getting involved right there. Getting a piece of the pie. And 90% now. This is last fight territory. If they win this, they can snowball over the point. That's all they have to do. But they only have one ult to do it. And now they don't even have that.
Luskus is too far behind. Who manages to... Okay, Nano swap to the ball and does get the touch in. Luskus speeding the rest of the team along. But the overtime wick is whittling down. Wow, that was close. Anyway, you slice it, though. Valpo's shield are coming out on top. They're managing to get the kills as WCU were pressured to make a move and run into all this damage. Just too many resources left for Valpo's shield. Closing out with a celebratory transcendence. They take map 1 and a 1-0 lead in the series.
Do we start with, I guess, the good news for WCU Crimson or the bad news? I guess the good news.
Bad news. Start with the bad news. Start with the bad news, and then you can kind of round it out with the good news.
You just lost Busan. That's the bad news, which is going to give, that's going to give Valpo's shield a bit of a leg up here. The other bad news is that you've kind of really allowed your sort of flanks to be super compromised. Something that we saw a lot happen there with Soldier 76 just go marathon around the backside and start shooting in to the enemy composition, and that was a problem. Not that he was getting a ton of kills, just a constant source of pressure from the backside. Combine that with some lackadaisical kind of uncoordinated ult usage, and you have a recipe for disaster. I think the good news here, though, Bullskunk, is that they can definitely win this. I think this is well within winnable territory. Just watching the flow, especially of that last Busan map, I don't think the skill difference is that big between these two teams. I think it's mostly kind of a coordination communication difference that we're seeing right now for WCU Crimson.
I mean, they built Sanctuary, up to 99%.
Exactly.
Before Valpo Shield was able to wrestle it away. I mean, they were one fight win from taking that second sub map and sending us over to downtown. But in the end, I mean, the Orisa comps, again, just too hard to break on that point, particularly from Valpo, where they had the double shield, utilizing that Sigma in that composition. And they stand tall, but I agree. It's still anybody's fight here. Still early in this series.
You know, the thing is, they could have broken it. They had an opportunity. They were pushing down the left side of the map into Drum Junior, the small drum, whatever we want to say it was,
Drum
and they
Junior,
had
I
the
like that.
ults. Yeah, I like Drum Junior as well. And Drum Senior is just over the other side of the road. But they were pushing in there, and they had a good opportunity to break that. They had the ults that they needed, and they had the pressure to go through the shield. They just didn't time the ults right. They let off with the whole hog, which I guess wasn't bad in theory, but it just got 8 right immediately. The Sigma step forward. They needed something else in there. If they could have staggered that a little bit better or committed their ults in a bit of a different fashion, I think they easily could have broken that defense. And that was the golden opportunity. And once that slipped away, we kind of got into this difficult situation where a very good read from Valpo's shield to push up and get aggressive just really prevented them from ever kind of regrouping as a serious threat.
And I think about the difference between, you see good teams to great teams, and good teams will react to the mistakes of their opponent and punish mistakes that they see from their opponent. Great teams will force those mistakes, will create those opportunities to have those windows of those openings to use those kind of ultimates. And so maybe, I mean, just a little adjustment. If you get that patient and you force those cooldowns like that one out earlier, then drop the whole hog, that's a different fight. That is an entirely different storyline that we're talking about right now.
Very true. And that's one of the kind of just challenges of Overwatch has always been one of the biggest parts of this game is that micromanagement versus the overall kind of macro chaos that we see. All these flashing lights, big bodies running everywhere. There's a Brazilian dude on a wall just zooming by. Like you gotta keep track of all that. Yeah, there's things all over the place. Particle effects everywhere. Exactly. You got to keep track of all of that, but you need a great team will micromanage things, right? They will know exactly when they need to do something to force something out of their opponents. Like you said, eat the Sigma boost early. I don't know how you do it, but force him to use it, and then you come in with the whole hog or the ult, and it works wonders. So it's a learning process, and I think these are good opportunities to learn.
Well, we are headed into Blizzard World for map number 2. So a different type, maybe some teams just control is not their bag, not their strong suit. We do better on more of the hybrid and escort type maps. Once again, no assault in the pool whatsoever here for Spring 22. So I had to just eliminate that one from the brain mid-sentence. But a chance for WCU Crimson to just get right back into this thing. It's a new season for them. They struggled in fall. But they had a 3-1 preseason, a good start coming into the spring season. So I want to see them step up here on Blizzard World. I'm anxious to see what compositions they choose to bring out.
Yeah, it's a map that maybe will benefit Crimson a little bit because it just forces more of a structure upon you than a lot of these Koth maps do, right? Because the line between attacker and defender is not obviously delineated. When you're on a Koth map, you go somewhere like Blizzard World, it's very obvious, right? You are clearly the defender, you are clearly the attacker, and you can build around that. And some teams thrive with that kind of added structure. So that's something that we might be seeing here. Looks like we're hitting a little bit of a technical hiccup, so we won't quite go.
Yeah, but we do have a small tech pause, so we're gonna go to just a quick intermission. Go get some go water, go hydrate, but don't go far. When we come back, Blizzard World, we'll see you in a moment. Appreciate your patience. Looks like we scared off all the goblins, and we're about ready to get into map number 2. They like to poke their nasty heads up seemingly every broadcast. You know, it just happens. They want to get involved. They want to get their messy fingers in there, put some ghosts in the machines. But anyway, I digress. The point at hand, Blizzard World coming up next. WCU Crimson looking to come back from an 0-1 deficit in the series.
Yeah, and this might be, we were talking about it a bit during our little technical timeout. This might be a good map for them to do it. I mean, you were saying once they got set on the defense there on Busan, they did look pretty good. They looked relatively confident, and obviously, the lock got picked eventually. But this map offers you a lot of room, right, to kind of build a defense up and learn to work with it. The interesting thing for me today is all these games I've casted have been 3-0, and I was sort of surprised. I really wanted to see one of these end up with at least a win. And as we take a look there at the surprisingly detailed tourist map of Blizzard World, which unfortunately does not exist in real life, we will get a chance to see whether or not WCU Crimson can kind of pick up a W here and force this to a 3-1, and force this to a 1-1 situation.
Yeah, can you imagine if this was a real thing? I would not ride that roller coaster, though, Corbeck. I am not a fan of heights. Anyway, we're up coming out, substituting N here for Fampudi, bringing out the Pharah immediately to try to break open this high ground defense that consists of a Sigma and a Roadhog as well alongside that Pharah to try to dislodge the Orisa from up top. WCU Crimson starting off on this defense early, going ahead and rotating back around to the point. Don't want to give up any casualties to try to keep that high ground. Doing a good job of keeping Wistful at bay and doing a good job of picking off Dirty Wolf. 5v5 on this objective. Favor has now been tilted. Sea-Dog landing a beautiful hook from across the way. Gets slept. I'm sure there's an anti to follow. No. The anti is from the other side. It is Ball Z landing the big Bionade into the pack and whittling down this defense.
Oh man, that's a rough start to this. I mean, Zero does get the kill at the tail end, but that's far too little too late. Bruv's performance there, nothing short of dominant, right? Just a constant source of damage from above. A really good hook there by Sea-Dog to complement their teammates' performance as well, because it just annihilated the main counter that they had, which was Mr. Mango. They're going to have to change things up here, and that's not how you want to start that either. Titan lucky to escape with their life.
And Zero going over to the Reaper. Now the barrage is unleashed from up high. That's going to find a pair of kills there for Bruv. What a substitution. Perhaps part of the plan to bring in this far, and it is paying dividends.
Completely has caught them off guard. They don't seem to have a good answer for it. And look at how much real estate they're getting here on point number 2. All because Bruv got super aggressive right there and just started to push off. Now they've got this good sniper spot here for Dirty Wolf to go to work in the mid-range. That's exactly what they need. They're going to throw a Sigma shield up there. That's not really going to help them very much, but the thought counts a lot of the time. It's a little high. Unfortunately, though, Sea-Dog killing their natural prey of a Reaper, now going to town with the whole hog as well. That's brutal.
Oh, and Nona clearly had run out of defense matrix, just opts to fly out of there, kind of abandoned Titan a little bit. And there's the payload. Some nice little hearts from Nona. Just standing around waiting for the inevitable death. Eventually, Dirty Wolf will grant them their release.
Could have kept fighting there, but whatever.
Yeah.
Over there. Could have. Maybe would have, should have, but we'll continue on with what we see, which is basically just this team, Valpo Shield, just steamrolling here. Mr. Mango dying. The WCU Crimson squad is just completely discombobulated right now. They need to take a beat, they need to regroup, and they need to kill exactly like that. You bring down Sea-Dog, and now you start to push together as a group. Remember, you got to play as a team, and I feel like they haven't really been doing that. They've been moving as a team, they haven't been fighting as one.
Beautiful sleep. That was amazing. Do get the Nano in on a Titan, but it doesn't last long. Nano was antied, got hit with the Bio Nade, and could not pursue with the Nano Reinhardt. My goodness. Nano out on the other side. Valpo Shield have just taken full advantage of that mistake.
Oh, Nona is just getting bullied with those sleeps, and here comes the rest of the team from Valpo Shield, and it looks like Blizzard World is just a Blizzard nightmare here for this WCU Crimson side. They're going to throw in this Gravitic Flux at the tail end as well, because why not? And a desperate touch there from Zero is not enough to keep him in this fight.
Ant Matrix is out, but the barrage is over the top. And it was just monstrous. Exactly what Valpo Shield needed. Bruv, making a huge impact coming in on map 2.
Score.
It ended. It ended how it began.
It did indeed.
With rockets.
I just want to throw out an apology between 2 nanos being thrown and then Nona. I completely butchered. I went all Mork and Mindy with that. I was nano on the. Anyway, that was my tongue absolutely just did a 360 inside of my mouth, and I was just tripping over it. So apologies, friends. That was wow.
Words, man. They'll
Words.
get you.
Yeah,
They'll
yeah.
get you. The pen is mightier than the sword. They say that.
I've heard that. I have heard that.
Yeah. Guy who said that never tried to fight somebody with a sword using a pen.
I don't think that's the point of
no, it's
that
not.
quip, but
very literal sense.
That's a very
you
literal
don't see
sense.
any of the Overwatch characters running around out there with a pen, so let's just put that one in there. At least one of them has a sword. But
hey, Overwatch 2, man. Overwatch 2. They're gonna come out and just stab you with a pen. Like that's
just watch.
Have you
Just
seen
you
John
watch.
Wick? I don't know. That dude did some awesome
That's
stuff with a
true.
pencil. I'm just
Pencil.
saying. All right,
Yeah.
all right. I've steered us
Deadly.
off the rails enough. Please, get us that big brain analysis. Please
Yeah,
bring
big
me back
brain
on the
analysis,
rails.
Exactly. It was a rough defense from WCU Crimson. It was one of those sort of squad broken moments where they just got shattered and they never regrouped. And credit to Valpo Shield, just constantly keeping the pressure on there, never ever giving them the opportunity to really consider what was happening. A lot of credit to Bruv on the Pharah, who's just pounding them the entire time, but they never brought a counter for Bruv either, which was a critical part. And ooh, he nearly lost a life right there.
That Bruv now on the Hanzo. High ground positioning once again, as that is quickly forced off. Good rotation from WCU Crimson, knowing they couldn't just let Bruv and the rest of Valpo Shield sit up here and rain down damage. Now, what are you going to do? What is your next move, WC? You have a lot of options from this position. Drop down low, go through Mega, go all the way behind them. Looks like they're just going to take the full frontal approach here.
I would have. They knew where Anna was, and Anna's separated. They're all dying now, so I'll continue with this little bit of analysis. They knew where Anna was, and they knew that Anna was separated right there. What they should have done, they have Lucio. That's a speed boost. Hit the Lucio speed boost, rotate down the stairs, come around the backside, catch the Ana off guard, kill the Ana, then start pushing forward into the rest of the team. Unfortunately, they just kind of dithered up there on the high ground, and as a result, the firepower gap of Valpo Shields, just unrelenting firepower, ultimately overwhelmed.
And I couldn't help but notice a couple of the players kind of poke their heads out. They're looking to peek these angles and while the shield was recharging. And Bruv was just landing those headshots.
And he's got ults now as well. I mean, look at the ult differential for the defenders heavily in their favor, which means that the team that's going to come up here is about to get shellacked. Yep, double dragons. There it is.
That's going to be nasty. Oh, the immortality field does keep them alive through. Look at the health bars in the top left corner of your screen. Slowly starting to come back up, but Zero does not receive the benefits of those healings. Too little, too late, and it's a disadvantage already for Western Colorado University. They're still going to try to pursue this. A little bit of DM is enough for Mejarshion to get that kill onto Sea-Dog. And even the odds up a little bit. In fact, even take a bit of an advantage because Zaro's going to come back with that sprint, with the tack visor. Dirty Wolf tried to unleash a Deadeye from that corner. Valpo Shield still kind of hold him at bay, but already one tick picked up. Make it 2 for WCU.
Backvisor! Sorrow, come on! What are you holding on to it for?
You got an amp matrix there!
There we go. No, still hasn't used it. It doesn't mature with age. Just get it out there and get some kills. Like, I mean, they're going to win this. I think they're going to win this anyway here, Bullskunk, but they could have won it a lot easier. Ooh, I don't know. A last-minute roll in there from Dirty Wolf. Is it enough? It is not.
It was quite the one-man effort from Dirty Wolf, but indeed. It might slow down the push, though. It doesn't mean that WCU can't get as aggressive as I think they might like. Oh, but that's a unfortunate stagger for Valpo Shield.
Yeah, they caught Ballsy there trying to get back to the point. It's an unfortunate place for a support to be. Fortunately, they have a res, but now they need to get Ballsy out of danger again because there's really no backup down there. Good play by Sea-Dog there, actually, to get Titan out of that. That's basically saved the double support line. Another dragon? Is that what I see? Yeah, sure enough. And they separate off one of the tanks there. I think it was Nona, and do a significant amount of damage.
Gravitic Flux to try to follow it up. With any luck, they got that Immortality field out. Did not see for sure, to be honest. But I don't see one unleashed after Gravitic Flux. It's going to be the bomb coming in from Nona. The Shatter got blocked, but it didn't matter. The bomb finds both supports and the Sigma to boot.
Well, there's one of the downsides, by the way, of running that Sigma hog kind of front line. You only have the one shield that's kind of a fixed position, doesn't have a very good cooldown time either. So the occasional well-placed Diva Bomb can be incredibly destructive. Zero, by the way, still has their tack visor, as Sea-Dog is just doing the one-man army shtick up there and also conveniently charging Crimson's ults.
Managed to charge one of their own. Is now forcing back the front line of WCU all the way to the first corner. There's a Bob in, excuse me, that was not a Bob, that was a Bruv. And invested in that as well. And we are going to get a little bit of a tactical pause here. I don't see any DCs at the moment. Hopefully WCU aren't losing one of the 3 players with an ultimate. Okay, it looks like the Ash froze from what we're seeing on the screen here. So that's a touch unfortunate. But hopefully they don't lose the 73% ult charge, because that would be downright disastrous.
That would be super unfortunate, considering that they need all the help they can get right here. Their ult advantage is already ticking up by 3. I mean, you still have Zero's tack visor. You got Loose Goose with the sound barrier, and Majarshian right there holding onto the amplification matrix. At any point in time, if you coordinate this right, you have more than enough moving pieces here to win this out. But I'm really worried about how much chaos Bruv is going to cause on this Doomfist. There doesn't really seem to be anything on the side of WCU Crimson that can really adequately deal with this. And if Bruv is a good Doomfist player, he's basically got a free feeding trough that's just been laid out for him.
This arrow's got to keep a close eye. And if she ever unleashes this tack visor, there you go. She manages to take Bruv down. And the tack visor does eventually come out. Not going to combine it with the amplification matrix, but hey, that gives you some momentum. There's some room to work. Putting some shots down on Wistful, but Kinetic Grass keeping them alive in the moment. Give me a +3 right now to WCU Crimson. And they've got all the tools they need to pick up the second point.
Yeah, they should be able to get this. The Diva Bomb maybe a little bit too much there at the end, but it's definitely cleared them enough space. They move into this with 2 minutes 44 seconds. Dirt Wolf now coming back in, or Dirty Wolf coming back in with a tack visor of their own, actually managing to secure a couple of kills there. That's all very unfortunate, because that's going to allow Bruv to kind of set up in a sort of probably classic Doomfist ambush position. No, actually, they're just going to use that tack visor and just seed this ground, which I guess makes sense considering where those spawns will be coming back from.
I think Western Colorado kind of dodged a bullet there, because the bulk of their forces had moved all the way back out into the streets, and they still had spawners coming in that Valpo's shield could have punished. But we'll get a more traditional fight on this corner with ults available on both sides. The Gravitic Flux coming out from the defense is countered by Loose Goose's sound barrier. Now the big Omnic Butler is thrown into the mix, kind of far behind the play. Looks like TA Dead Knight took a lot of damage, but did manage to escape death momentarily.
Yeah, we haven't had a lot to say about Dead Knight, but he's getting a little bit of action there. Not the kind that he wanted. Instead, it's Sea-Dog and the rest of the team that are cleaning up. To Dead Knight Gare getting the final kill on Majarshian. Something I just wanted to note here on the WCU Crimson side is Loose Goose, who's playing the Lucio, has been using the heal an awful lot. And realistically, in a composition where you have a Baptiste in your pocket like that, you should basically be on speed 90% of the time, because the healing that's coming out of the Baptiste should be enough to really carry you through. So a little misuse of utility there, and that is scary. And that is the end result of something that terrifying.
Yes, sir. That is exactly the end result of not utilizing the speed to the best of your ability either. I mean, it's the only character in the game that can provide a speed boost to your entire team. And I think that is an extremely good point, as we saw Bruv punish the slow-moving bulk, bunched up composition just going through tight spaces.
They're denying themselves a very valuable asset, and I mean, the healing is helping him charge the ult pretty efficiently. I mean, he's nearly back at another sound barrier here, but there are a number of times throughout these fights where a good, well-placed speed boost would absolutely help this comp engage.
No. Self-destruct finds TA Dead Knight, taking the Transcendence off the table with it. Sea-Dog is going to try to hold the line with an ult of their own, and kills still come through, bringing it back. Valpo's shield, even without a Transcendence, without a Discord Ord, are winning this fight.
That's one of those hooks right there that just makes you kind of look at the game and be like, how? You know,
Yeah.
all those bodies in between them, and somehow it was Baptiste who got stuck. And Zero, no, that's just a frustration play. You got to hold on to that, coordinate with your team. They're pushing on now, but they're coming in piecemeal. They're just getting cut apart.
Yeah, damn, Matrix is not going to be enough. You got Dirty Wolf on the flank, and this is just clean up from here. Vapo's shield will hold the line and take the lead in our series, moving up to match point.
Not a flattering finish there for WCU Crimson, unfortunately. I think that there are a couple of things that, again, this is a good thing about NECC. This is something that I really like about this. This is a great opportunity to learn and a great opportunity to go, you know, grow as a player. And in the spirit of that, I think there's a couple of things that are worth pointing out. One is just kind of, you know, you learning how to get the best value out of your utilities is something that is really important for success in Overwatch. And that's the key example, right, is Loose Goose on the Lucio. That's one where you get the speed on. Baptiste does so much healing. A good Baptiste player will keep that team alive, and you just zip wherever you need to and close on engages. The other thing is just coordinating their ults a little bit better, which is a problem that they had on Busan as well. It translated over to Blizzard World, and it cost them in a couple of critical fights.
And to add one more to that list of things that they could possibly improve on, I'd be looking at their pathing as well. Something that we saw play a huge part in the attack on point A. When they had so many options they could have gone with to pounce on the Ana that was separated. Ball Z was away from the pack, but the pathing, they just kind of tried to go up the gut with it. Didn't even make it off of Griffin and off of that high ground on that right-hand side from the attacker's point of view. The pathing is so important. Any Reinhardt, your Reinhardt Lucio, how you choose to approach the enemy is half the battle right there.
Yep.
So another thing we'll be keeping an eye on as we move through. I believe we are going to throw to a quick intermission here before we head into map number 3. When we come back, it'll be Dorado. We'll see you here with more NECC in just a moment. Well, the Mountaineers from Gunnison, Colorado have their work cut out for them. If they want to bring this one back, it's going to take them winning 3 maps in a row. And man, Blizzard World was pretty one-sided. They struggled on that one a bit, Corbeck.
Yeah, you could say that they have a mountain to climb if they want to get back into this. Can't resist it, to be fair. But yeah, I'm a little surprised about Blizzard World. Coming out of Busan, and I'm pretty sure I said this, I thought those teams were relatively evenly matched. It didn't look like there was much of a difference between the two of them. But man, on Blizzard World, Valpo Shield were on a whole different kind of level, right? Those super aggressive attack where they just didn't let Crimson have any room to breathe at all. And then you transition into an attack from Crimson that was just sort of slapdash, a lot of kind of desperation plays, bad pathing, kind of incorrect ult usage. It certainly wasn't their finest hour, but maybe it's something they can bounce back on here as we look ahead to Dorado.
We will have a substitution coming into Dorado. So we'll have Bronya coming in for TA Dead Knight. So we saw Bruv come in and make a huge impact with the Pharah and the Hanzo. Now we got Bronya coming in the flex support role and trying to have equal impact. On this side of Valparaiso, I want to highlight Wistful. Wistful, the newcomer to this squad. Everybody else returning from the fall season. But Wistful's been doing a bang-up job in this main tank role.
Yeah, really, it hasn't been a noticeable problem at all, which is good, right? You're not noticing it. That's good. That means that it's clicking. I'm actually a little surprised here, Bulls. If I was sitting in the camp of Valpo right now, I would go ahead and bring Pharah. Bring him back. Like they were getting so much value out of that Pharah. WCU Crimson has literally nothing that could counteract it. Maybe the Hanzo, right? If you're having a bad day, fly Diva at him. Not a particularly elegant strategy by any sense of the word. But they've chosen to go with the Junkrat instead. So we'll see how effective that is, and maybe they'll switch it up. Already, though, the Junkrat mines having a little bit of a kick to them.
Yeah, enough to build up 24% towards that ult right out of the gate. Ooh, a good trade. I think, honestly, you take that if you're Valpo Shield. That Wrecking Ball's gonna get back into this fight real fast. Valpo have already claimed the high ground and have forced WCU into the courtyard area.
You know who would be a really good pick right here? Instead of a Junkrat? Pharah, because you're basically using Junkrat at this point in time like you're using a Pharah, so why not let that loose? Regardless, this is good play from Titan. Get into the back line, start causing some havoc, try and buy time for your team to regroup, but unfortunately it's just not working. Zero is down, Mr. Mango goes down, and they might just have punched their ticket through point number 2 here.
And with lots of time to boot, that's going to be over 5 minutes on the clock. There's the cap, there's the added time. And Valpo Shield, well, do lose a couple, overextending a little bit, but they'll have some ults for this next fight.
Yeah, no to getting the kill on Bruv right there, but that's not a loss they, feel particularly bad about, especially because Bruv can re-engage so quickly. Now, if they lost, well, that's a really good pick early on, actually, taking down the Moira in the back line to start things off.
Yeah, and this is going to buy time for Nona to take that long walk back, and perhaps even an advantage. You have Dirty Wolf, who's holding on the high ground, is going to work around to this right flank. Put a little bit of pressure onto Titan before, I think, moving on and trying to circle around. Got a couple of DPS from WCU sitting on the high ground, but here comes Wistful with the Gravitic Fox, slams down Loose Goose, and is looking for more. Mr. Mango stuck around way too long up there, ends up getting sniped as Dirty Wolf had worked their way around onto the high ground as well. And now Valpo Shield have full line of sight all the way to the back of the point.
Wrecking Ball player's dream right there, just being able to knock your opponents back into the minefield that you've already established, and admittedly kind of established in a bit of a weird spot. WCU Crimson kind of looking like they did on Blizzard World, where they're just reeling right now, but they will go in for one last desperate recontest here if they can get a touch.
They're running into this tire. A good use of the take a breather and the damage resistance that it brings you keeps Nona alive. But Rev just follows it up with well-placed mines, and this is a cap already. They're moving into the power plant, and they have all the tools they need to just keep this cart rolling. Valpo Shield have been unstoppable on Dorado so far.
Yeah, there's been nothing to slow him down. That's the first solid hook that Nona has landed this entire time. Backing up here, Zero has the dragons, but they need to coordinate it, and that's not how they want to start it. A nice headshot there from Dirty Wolf to put down their opposite number on the DPS.
Dirty, that was just downright.
Uh-oh, might have lost Bullskunk right there, but the fight carries on. Largely in his name right now as Bruff going to work here in a confined space. You can't ask for much better if you're a Junkrat. Good use of the whole hog right there to keep things alive. Here come the Dragon sailing across as well. Titan dead. And Nona not far behind them. Zero goes the same way. The Invisible Coalition's coming out there to burn its way through. A Nano Boost is invested. A Nano Boosted Moira. You don't see that very often, but both healing and trying to damage at the same time as Mr. Mango actually does manage to move forward here and get a good kill. Unfortunately, his joyous shout of celebration is rather short-lived as he's taken down almost immediately, but enough time has been bought here for the two tanks to reassert themselves on the point.
Oh, sorry about that. The Goblins attacked my internet. Thank you for the cover there, quarterback. Looks like WCU finally able to plant their feet here, huh?
Does seem to be that way, and it looks like they might just show their guest out the door, at least for the briefest of moments.
Oh, another good headshot there from Dirty Wolf. Once again onto Zero. But a good shot at it. Ooh, no. Just way too much damage. The sniper shot's just chunking them down. Now mine's in the back, courtesy of Sea-Dog, and a tire picks up too. It is Bruv who will escort the team home with a monstrous time bank. 3:29 left. All 3 points on the board. Valpo Shield just got a hold, and they will take this series 3-0.
Great tire play there by Bruv. I still do think up until that last stage, Junkrat may be a suboptimal pick, but it didn't really matter at the end of the day. Bruv has been a huge impact player since they brought him off the bench, has just been absolutely dominating. And you know what? Credit to Dirty Wolf as well on the Widowmaker, getting some really impactful picks when they were needed. You almost felt like the members of Crimson tried to keep kind of peeking Dirty Wolf, and to a certain point in time, you have to ask yourself, like, why are you doing that, right? Like, just stay down behind the wall. Like, this sniper is clearly oppressing you. But they continue to kind of go for it. Hard to say, if I'm honest, Bullskunk, what I would do if I was in WCU Crimson's feet. I mean, I've been in their feet before in, similar Overwatch matches. It's hard to regroup after a defense like that, but you just kind of have to put one foot forward in front of the other, and you have to focus on the basics. You got to focus on calling targets. You got to focus on moving together as a unit, and you got to focus on ult usage. And if you can kind of keep that pyramid alive, you can maybe right this ship.
There's a long way to go in that regard, and it's all going to start here. But one foot in front of the other, like you said, that's the only way to do it. Take it one team fight at a time. That's going to get you points on the board. Going to lead to a map win. Decent hook to start things off. Whistle is able to get that personal barrier up, but Valpo Shield losing other members along the way, and WCU off to a good start.
Yeah, Valpo Shield biting off a little bit more than they could chew right there. Kind of stuck their hand in the lion's mouth with that close hold and got it bit off by Crimson, who are more than happy to take that small advantage and push this cart through the streets phase. I don't think anybody's going to be able to challenge them. And Zero, oh, that was a nice shot from Dirty Wolf right there, not allowing the Tracer to get any progress at all.
Oh, and a fat dynamite on top of it. Did you see that ult charge just blazing up? Already 66%, leading the server right now. And Dirty Wolf has this high ground, dodges a hook, another fat dynamite, and Bob is ready to go. Damage being poured in from above, and now the 7th player on the battlefield as the big Omnic Butler comes in to just demolish the ranks of WCU Crimson.
Well, the crazy part about that was that Dirty Wolf 22 basically single-handedly staved off the entirety of the WCU Crimson line. Just held that high ground position, got kills, bought enough time for the team to get back in, and then threw the bomb at the tail end to make sure that it all worked out.
And now it's given time for Valpo Shield to get other ultimates up, like this Graviton Surge. That's a pretty darn huge grab. Immortality Field up temporarily in the whole hog, keeping everybody at bay. But you forced out a lot of cooldowns. Ooh, that was a perfectly timed Fire Strike through the Ant Matrix. The Windscar gets one, but nobody has dealt with Dirty Wolf. Not on the attack for Valpo, and not yet on their defense.
Yeah, the Graviton Surge there was an interesting choice. I don't think they particularly needed to throw it at that stage. And oh my gosh, Nona nearly died right there. Somehow still manages to make it away from that. But remember, as a Roadhog player, you are giving them ult charge every time you get in those little tets where they take about 3/4 of your health and your team has to save your life. Now some swaps coming in. Nona going over to the Diva, which will kind of reset ult charge. Not that it mattered all too much considering they had recently used the whole hog. They have to use this ult bank to their advantage. They have a Nano Reinhardt, they have a Shatter, and importantly, they have the Nano Visor as well if they choose to use it. All really good tools here, Bull Skunk. It just takes one well-executed combo to win. That's all you need to get out of this.
Unfortunately, they don't even get in position. They start like they're going to rotate and end up kind of just stuck in this small room. They needed to get up to that high ground. I mean, I thought they were going to go try to displace Dirty Wolf, considering all the work they've been getting done already on a second bomb, just holding that for the right moment. And WCU Crimson just kind of got caught in indecision.
Yep. To quote the great game Sekiro, and I think I'm getting it right, hesitation is defeat, but they push in now, and Bob decides that he's going to drop in and say hi.
And there's a rally coming out from Ball Z. Everybody armored up. Valpo Shield getting aggressive. Z-Dog with an Earth Shadow. Oh, it's a Graviton Surge right at the door. You gonna hammer him into it? Yes, it does! What a play! Z-Dog goes up for the up-close and personal hammer, utilizing that 200 points of damage that we recently saw added to Earth Shatter.
Brutal. Nothing more to be said about it. Brutal.
That was awesome.
You don't even need to do it. That's the thing. You didn't really need to do it, but you did it anyway. And it's as much of a mental shatter as it is an actual physical in-game shatter. And Bruv's about to add more pain on top of this pain sandwich because here comes the Death Blossom, and he's actually annihilated. That's funny.
Yeah, nice defense matrix and a great sleep. But Mr. Mango is there now to retaliate, trying to hold off. And this is Mr. Mango with the amplified attack visor that was double damage with the auto aim. Something I think that we were looking for a little bit more in our previous fight. But, Mr. Mango comes through, being promoted up from the B team and finally getting this cart rolling through point A of Dorado. But they're in overtime, Corbeck.
Yeah, this is do or die time. Quite literally, you have to complete here. They've got a couple members of the team coming in piecemeal, which might help them out, but not if they lose Nona early.
Oh, that's the second one for Bruv. Bruv picks up 2 top priority picks before finally going down. Self-destruct out from Nona, hoping to buy enough space to get through. Sea-Dog, desperation, Shatter just goes into a shield. There are bio, nothing they could do there. Still some straggling members of Valpo Shield trying to fight this thing out. You even have a rally being invested here from Ball Z, moving in, holding them off as... reinforcements have been dwindled from both sides. Wistful is back. Has a Graviton Surge in. That is monstrous. Dirty Wolf is going to get the final blows on that. And Valpo Shield have just stuffed them right here on the back of point A. A decisive victory that was not going in their favor at the start in that engagement. Beautiful plays to bring it back. What a performance from Valparaiso.
Yeah, a bit maybe of a misread right there. I think honestly, if I was the Reinhardt in that position, I would have just gone for the charge on the Brig. Just kill her, like as quickly as you can, right? And get that rally out of contention. Speaking of rallies, I mean, it was a good last minute rally there from the WCU Crimson side to push it as close as they did. But basically after the first map, I don't think there was ever a time where Valpo Shield didn't look like they were the superior team and that they were in the driver's seat of that match. They making the right calls on ults. They were putting, the right players in the right places. And this is not to say that they were without error, right? They did not cast the first zone. There were plenty of issues that they needed to work on, and a couple of ults I can think of where I was like, I don't know, but they just looked the superior team in terms of organization. And I think that was the key decisive factor tonight.
They say a picture can say 1,000 words. Well, that play of the game we saw with the Grav and the Shatter, that pretty much just embodies this entire series, I'm afraid, particularly the last 2 maps. Busan was relatively close. Blizzard World Dorado, not so much. Decisive victory for Valpo Shield and a great start to their spring season here in NECC Collegiate Overwatch.
Totally agree 100%. This is a great just like morale booster of a match. You come out the front door, your first game of the season, you absolutely shellac the other team, and you show that you've got some talent to draw on here as well, and some good plays to be made. So a very good solid performance from them. And then if you're on the side of WCU Crimson, it happens. There are bad games, there are bad days. Pick yourself up, learn what you can, and push forward onto the next match, because that's the only thing that you can really do. Just keep pushing forward.
Look forward to week 2. And that's what we're doing here. As that concludes our Overwatch matches for the day. Do appreciate everybody hanging out with us and enjoying some fantastic collegiate Overwatch. It's been an absolute pleasure and a blast to get to bring these games to you here today. Be sure and follow NECC on Twitter. There's plenty of other games going on. Otherwise, we'll be back here next week for more Overwatch. Look out for each other in game and out. And we'll see you next week.